Mr. Chair, we do have a quorum, and Kurt, we good?
Yes.
And the room is ready.
Thank you, Jeff. Welcome everybody to the September 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Before launching in, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle Cobian so he can lay out sort of the ground rules for the Zoom call.
Thank you very much. Good evening and welcome to the September 22nd, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. My name is Kyle Kobe and I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting. Joining me here in the City Commission room is Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director, and Becky Pepper, Planning Manager, is joining us remotely tonight. We will work alongside the chair, who is also on remote video, to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name and title each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. When public comment is sought on an item, individuals participating in person should approach the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Individuals are required to wear a mask, but may remove their mask when making remarks at the podium. Please state your name before speaking. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals providing comment via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute your device and state your name before speaking. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. For commissioners, all motions need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each commissioner individually to provide their vote. Staff will then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. I want to again remind everyone to please mute yourself when you're not speaking, and I'll now turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We can jump into our agenda then. There's no general business on the agenda, so we'll move on to section B. Receive and consider amending or approving our minutes from our meetings in August. Does anybody have, any planning commissioner have any comments or changes they feel need to be made to those minutes? We have a motion to approve them. I see. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. A motion to approve the minutes from August. Do I have a second? Commissioner Butler by hand motion. Jeff, can you call that roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. We can move on to section C, committee reports. Are there any reports from any committees that have met out over the past month? And that would include if there's anything from the 2 ad hoc committees that we formed last time. Commissioner Carpenter, I see you raise your hand.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, I guess Chair of the ad hoc subcommittee on the solar issue. Since we were formed on August 25th, we did have a public Zoom meeting with county staff, Mary and Tanya and others. Sarah Plinsky, the county administrator, was there. Jeff Crick was part of that, among others. It was kind of a study session, and that was on September 1st. September 9th, Commissioners Willie and Ashworth had the opportunity to listen in on a community discussion, which by the reports had somewhere between 40 to 60 residents of the rural area showed up. And I think they can speak further to that if they will, but eventually notes from that will be included in what finally comes back to the Planning Commission. On September 14th, Commissioners Ashworth and I joined and watched the Johnson County Planning Commission meeting, which was a special meeting just to discuss their solar regulations. They have an outside consultant and they set this up as a webinar. The information attached to our packet tonight from Johnson County has an outline of what they went over at that meeting. They just had some discussion in more detail about that. We're invited to join the Johnson County Planning Commission meeting next Tuesday, the 28th. I managed to send off the email to indicate I would be there. It took a little doing to figure out how to do it, but I did get that off. And I think Commissioner Willie intends to be there. I hope Commissioner Ashworth can join us. Commissioner Rexroad, I believe, is out of town. So, and I believe county planning staff will also be there. Johnson County Planning Commission has also issued the invite to all the other cities in Johnson County. On a side note, I do know that Edgerton is having a study session on these issues tomorrow, and it will be in front of their city commission on Friday. So it'll be interesting to see what they have. Their informational packet was sent to me today, but I haven't had the opportunity to even look at it yet. One thing that's become very obvious is this issue, the more we look at it, the bigger it is. And the more we realize we don't know. And Johnson County has been at this for several more months than we have. And I don't think they are trying to speed the process through. And I don't think we should be doing that either. We have to be very careful in how we figure out how to balance this and come up with regulations. So I anticipate we'll have more meetings, both public and possibly just to kind of orient ourselves with staff over that and maybe bring this up for some conversation with the full Planning Commission at a future agenda before we come back with final recommendations. But I know all four of us have been collecting outside information, and there is so much and so many issues to consider. And so I don't think we knew exactly what we were getting into. But I'm glad to know that we have the other subcommittee, which will be working on standards to help evaluate parcels of land that might come to us as part of a conditional use permit, however we have final regulations. So I think we have a lot in place and a lot more to do. So I guess we'll give another report next month.
Sinclair Chair, thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, so much. And thank you, Commissioner Willie and Ashworth, too, for your work on that. And I guess, do either of you, Commissioners Willie or Ashworth, want to add anything to what Commissioner Carpenter said? Okay. Well, thank you. And we look forward to hearing more. Then I suppose I would ask the other subcommittee or ad hoc committee, is there a report that you all have that you want to offer, Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner and Chair of the LISA Land Evaluation Tool Ad Hoc Subcommittee. If you'll notice, 3 of the 4 of us also overlap with the Solar Committee. So scheduling is going to be a bit of an issue, just busy schedules and trying to get with the same county staff for both issues. So likely we will meet in ones and twos to meet with the staff and just work through the tool and then meet back together as the ad hoc committee to put our notes together and see where we go from there. So we're starting to get that scheduled, but we had waited until we heard what the meeting rules would be for our ad hoc committee, which only came in the day before yesterday. So we're working on it, and we should have something better to report by next month's meeting.
Fantastic. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner Willie. And thank you to you all too for your work on that project. Any other reports from committees? I don't see any. So we'll move on to section D, communications. Jeff, is there anything we need to receive under items 1, 2, or 3 of section D?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. All written communications were included in your packet this evening. There is no additional written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners that were needed to be provided. And there was also no actions of any waivers or requests or determinations made by the city engineer this evening.
Okay, thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then that brings us to the next thing, which is disclosure of ex parte communications. Are there any planning commissioners that need to disclose such communications? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I have had some conversations with Jeff Burry about item 1, but it was actually before it hit our packet. So they were not specific discussions, but we did talk about the procedure and the process that we would be going through tonight. Oh, and also I did speak with Roz and Glenn Willie, who also are related to me, my parents, who live in a neighborhood near item 2, and they were in favor of the care homes as a neighborhood asset.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Any other commissioners that want to declare any ex parte communications? Don't see any. How about for the next item, are there any planning commissioners that need to declare an abstention from any specific agenda items? Seeing none, we'll move on to general public comment. For those on the Zoom call or in the City Commission chambers, this is a time where if you have anything that you want to make comment on that is unrelated to specific agenda items that we're going to go through here in a bit, you can do so, and you'd have 3 minutes to make any of those comments. If you're on the line or there, please signify that you want to make a general public comment.
Kyle Kobe with Planning. We don't have anybody in the room to provide general public comment. And as of right now, I don't see any hands going up via Zoom either.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. That takes care of some of the housekeeping things, and so we can move on to section E, our regular agenda. And so with that, I guess we'll recess the meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission and convene a joint meeting with the Eudora Planning Commission. And I believe we are fortunate to have several of the commissioners from Eudora Planning Commission with us tonight to talk about item number 1. And so I think before having the presentation and getting into that, I wanted to give them the opportunity to call the roll if they need to and confirm that they have a quorum. And I think if I'm correct, Grant Martin, are you the chair currently? And if so, I would be happy to turn it over to you.
Hi, good evening. I am the chair of the Eudora Planning Commission. And looking on the list, I'm not sure that we have a quorum. But I can call the roll if you would like me to and see. So Johnny Stewart.
Present.
Danielle Young.
Present.
Jason Hoover. Tim Pringle. Dr. Ryan Rock. And Josh Harger. So we do not have a quorum this evening.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Chair Martin. I guess then, though, that would mean that you all are still welcome to stay on and participate in the discussion, but I guess would impact maybe the ability to vote at the end. And Jeff, if I'm stepping outside of the bounds on that, please let me know.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. No, Mr. Chair, you have that exactly right. You definitely can stay and join the discussion and participate. It just would mean that they couldn't take a vote at the end to recommend an item forward for the county commission's consideration.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you.
Chairman Martin, question for you. Will we still be able to submit a recommendation before the vote from a
Jeff.
from my prior letter, I guess dated May 6th of 2021?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Chair Martin, if I understand the question correctly, is it to submit something to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration of the vote, or to this evening?
Well, I had sent a letter on May 6th when this rezoning application first came up, and the narrowing of the scope, I guess staff has directed us that our views on it have not changed. So I guess my question would be if that letter can still be entered as the commission's consent out, and or recommendation going towards this item.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. The letter could be included as part of that item. I think, and Mary can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that the prior case was for a different zoning district than the one before this evening. But I think if the letter was to still carry the weight that you're supportive of the rezoning to the newer district, I think that could carry and go forward as an item.
That's correct. Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Chair Martin. Thank you, Jeff. It would be great if you guys would stay on and participate in the discussion. I think we could all benefit from that. So with that, then we will launch in. The first item, and the only item for this joint meeting with the Eudora Planning Commission, is to consider approving a request to rezone Z2100242, approximately 22.02 acres located at 1326 East 1900 Road, from AG1 district to RT, Rural Tourism Business District. And I believe Mary Miller is going to do the presentation on this.
Yes. Thank you. Mary Miller, City County Planner, and I will share my screen. Goodwill. Yes, thank you. As you mentioned, this is a rezoning request from Ag1 or agriculture to RT, Rural Tourism Business District. Just a little history. This was before you in May. You considered it, you deferred action, and you directed staff and the applicant to consider some options. The Planning Commission was primarily concerned with the size of the area being rezoned to commercial uses and the amount of commercial development that could be possible. So some of the options suggested were to do split zoning on the property and just do the GB where the restaurant snack bar was going to be, or to do condition zoning and limit the uses, or to initiate a text amendment permitting restaurants and bars in the Ag1 district when approved with a conditional use permit. And the applicant withdrew the application before staff had a chance to work with them on any of these options, but the property owner was still interested in moving forward. And so he submitted an application and selected the Rural Tourism Business District. The zoning regulations do prohibit successive applications unless the new application is substantially different. And it notes that requesting rezoning to a different zoning district is always considered to be a substantial difference. And therefore, this rezoning application could be submitted without having to wait those 12 months. And the Rural Tourism District was designed primarily to do two things. One is to provide as much flexibility as possible to the developer. And the other thing is to provide as much protection to the surrounding rural properties to make sure they don't alter the rural character, and that we also protect the adjacent properties. And it does this by two ways. One, it has a very limited range of uses that are permitted. And if you look in your packet, there's an attachment A with a staff report that lists the uses. And in the rural tourism use district, if a use is marked with a P, it means it's permitted. That would be a principal use. It probably requires site planning, but it is a permitted use. If it's marked with an A, that means an accessory use. And an accessory use is only allowed when it's in conjunction with a principal use. And another protection is that if you go from one principal use to another, it's a rezoning. So the rezoning goes for each principal use. So the golf course in this case would be the principal use, and the restaurant snack bar would be the accessory use. So it would not be able to operate without the golf course. And so it provides a lot of protection that way in limiting the uses. Another way the district tries to ensure compatibility and limit development is with the requirement of a 200-foot buffer. And I'll discuss that in just one moment. This image was in the packet that was provided with the general business district rezoning request. It just shows the type of facility that's being proposed. It has the open area for the tee boxes for the driving range, and behind that there's a snack bar. We call it a restaurant/snack bar because in the zoning regulations, the classification is restaurant, but the applicant wants to indicate that it's more of a snack bar and not a sit-down restaurant necessarily. But the use would be considered restaurant in our regulations. The property has an approved conditional use permit. It was approved in the early 1990s. There was no expiration date, and the golf course has been in operation since that time. If the rezoning to the rural tourism business district is approved, it would no longer need a conditional use permit because a golf course is a permitted use in that district. And as I mentioned, that is a type of facility that's being proposed. There is a slight change from what you saw in your packet. The plan in the packet showed the proposed building more in this location on the west side of the property. The applicant had pulled it in to avoid that 200-foot buffer. However, as they were working on their plans, they realized that placed it in conflict with other golfing activities on the site, and it limited the distance that the driving range would have. And so they located, it would be best to locate the building near the southern property line. It wouldn't conflict with the other golfing areas, and it would provide more distance for the drives. It would be approximately 50 feet from the southern property line. And as I mentioned, there is a 200-foot buffer requirement. This is a rough graphic. It doesn't show the 200-foot buffer exactly, but it gives you an idea. The rural tourism district was intended for very large properties, but in any case, the 200-foot was meant not as an open space, but just for low impact uses. For instance, the golf course is fine within the buffer because it's very low impact. The existing buildings, we have a pump house to the south here. That's very low impact. The clubhouse is just where you get your clubs and sign up. It's very low impact. But the restaurant snack bar would be a higher impact use that might not be allowed in the buffer area. And the county commission could approve it within the buffer area. It's part of the rezoning itself. When a rezoning comes forward for the rural tourism district, the applicant has to provide a concept plan showing how it's going to be laid out. And then the county commission considers that. And so they would be able to reduce the buffer width on that southern property line if it was appropriate. And this graphic is from the staff report. It was in the staff report with the general business district, and it shows the zoning of surrounding areas. The area just south of this property, it's outlined in green, is bright pink, and that's floodway. And development is not possible in the floodway. You cannot get a building permit. So this will always remain agricultural. And so there's the buffer doesn't serve much of a purpose on the southern property line, since this area is not going to be developed, and it would actually serve as a wide buffer to the property to the south, which is actually the Wakarusa River. So I think reducing the buffer on the south property line would be reasonable, given the type of development that no development is actually possible to the south. The golden factors and other review criteria for the commercial zoning were discussed in the previous staff report, and I discussed them in this report as well. I won't go through them again right now unless you have questions on them. But the rural tourism district is a special business district. It's It was intended to accommodate uses that were allowed with conditional use permits, but the developers wanted more permanent approvals. Primarily, it was usually due to the cost or the investment, and they didn't want it to come up for every 10 years or to have that possibility of being revoked. And so it was designed particularly for that purpose. And so staff does recommend approval of this rezoning of approximately 22 acres from the Ag 1 to the Rural Tourism Business District with a waiver from the buffer yard requirement on the south property line to allow the restaurant or snack bar and the enclosed tee box building to be located within the 200-foot buffer area, and forward this to the Board of County Commissioners with recommendation for approval. And so that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any for me. And the applicant, I see, is present today as well.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Does the applicant want to make a statement? Mr. Burry, you're on mute, if you wouldn't mind unmuting.
Jeff Bury, Twin Oaks Golf. Am I with you? Hello, Jeff Bury, Twin Oaks.
Yep.
Twin Oaks Golf. Jeff Bury.
Mr. Burry, Luke Sinclair, I think there were maybe some connection issues there. If you wouldn't mind giving it one more try.
Okay. Jeff Bury, Twin Oaks Golf. Got me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I do have a few comments. I'll stay within 3 minutes, I hope. First of all, I really want to thank the staff, the planning staff, and in particular, Mary Miller, for walking us through this process. And what a great asset you have and the staff you've put together. Really good. Second, I did a little bit of a background about Twin Oaks, talked a little bit about the history of Twin Oaks at the meeting in May. And I'd like to review a little bit of that, if it's okay. We were incorporated in 1990 or 91 and opened for business in 1991. We started with a golf driving range, added a miniature golf course. Later in 97, built a pitch and putt practice course, and then most recently in 2019, we removed the miniature golf course and built what I call a WeLinks mini golf course where you play real golf. We have been a tremendous, I think, asset to Douglas County, Eudora, and Lawrence. We have programming that spans basically all the golf. We operate with KU and have a golf class that's accredited golf class that meets twice a year, 16 sessions. We do first tee programming, which attracts about 60 kids each week. And this is a fabulous national program. We do programming with the Boys and Girls Club. We do programming with the local high schools. We have 7 high school golf teams that practice here. We have go on here, look at my list a little bit. So Baker University uses it as a practice site. We have, and I'm going to leave something out here, a lot out, but the point I'm making is that we are very, very, very junior golf friendly. And we have branded ourselves as a family golf center. And I'm really proud of what we've accomplished, especially in the last 12 years. And so this is a way of life for a lot of people around here. We're in a situation right now where with inflation, with the cost of everything going up, and I can't raise my prices. And we are desperate need of another revenue source. And the reason the project in May, which was deferred, was so positive was the fact that it would have added a revenue source, and based on the projections that the group had that was looking to invest, would have allowed this place to not only continue, but be greatly, greatly improved. We cannot operate if we cannot increase revenue. So the purpose of this, besides helping grow the game of golf and providing a great amenity for the Douglas County, Lawrence, and the whole area, we need this to stay afloat. I'm real close to just closing down. Even with all the activity we have, with the pricing that I have in place, that is fair and reasonable. And I think anybody that's been to Twin Oaks knows that it's affordable, fun, and safe, and has all the qualities you'd hope for a facility in your community. And, but it just doesn't work. I can say I'm so proud of our staff and our team and how hard they work. And with depreciation, we just can't keep up. Things just need to be replaced. Equipment is at a breaking point. We buy used stuff. We don't buy new stuff. So my point is, I guess, is that unless there's a change, and this change would be very, very positive. I do not have any investors right now committed, and I do not have the money to do the changes right now. But without a rezoning and the opportunity to make the changes, I don't believe Twin Oaks will exist a year from now. So that's kind of a sad story, because there's literally hundreds of people that I think have found this place as part of their way of life. And I think I mentioned this in the last meeting. You can see I'm a gray-haired 72-year-old and working like a 29-year-old. So things need to change, and this change would be very, very positive. Change from Ag 1 to rural tourism seems to be a solution. And I thank the staff for diligently working on finding an alternative. And I'm hopeful that the Planning Commission will see fit to approve it. I'm wide open for questions, and I know there's probably a lot of them out there. And so with that, I'll just turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burry. Luke Sinclair, Chair. If there are any members of the public that are on the Zoom call or in person that would like to make any comments, now would be the time. You have 3 minutes. So if you'd like to comment, step to the podium, or otherwise signify that you'd like to make comments if you're on the Zoom call.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. We do have a member of the public here in the room to talk to this item. So.
Hi, my name is Emily Hamblin, and I am a resident of Lawrence. I have also been going to Twin Oaks for about 4 to 5 years. I have a 14-year-old that is a golfer. And I'm also a member, or a board member, of the Kaw Valley Junior Golf Junior Golf Foundation. We were founded last year in 2020, which we all know that was a great year for anything to start. But we have just received our 501(c)(3) status. And a partnership with Twin Oaks is imperative just for our organization. What we really want to do is really expand what I've been inspired with since my son has been a member of First Tee and has worked with Jeff, which Jeff is one of the best kept secrets in this entire area, much less, I think, probably the entire Midwest. Is what we want to do is really expand golf to everyone. Give kids access everywhere. Just because golf is a lifelong sport, golf is something that kids can do with their family. And like I said, even if you don't have kids, I think there's a lot of value, so much value to this place. I grew up in Johnson County, which, despite what you might think, I've been deathly afraid of golf my entire life, just because I've always associated it with being kind of a a very limited sport as far as who's available to do it. It's expensive, it's intimidating. You just seem to have to know how to play golf in order to learn how to play golf. It's like going to the gym. You have to feel like you have to work out in order to be able to work out. So I've completely done a 180. I myself, even though I'm super involved, I've tried to play golf. I am learning, but my son would say I'm helpless. But this place is so important, and I don't want to see it turn into anything else. And it's not just because I'm nostalgic and my son's been there. I mean, obviously, it's a big part of my heart, but Jeff has worked with so many people, from Tom Watson to, even Bill Murray, giving him lessons. And we just, for the Kaw Valley Junior Golf Foundation, we just hosted our first main event post-COVID, and we had 2 PGA golfers come on September the 11th, Robert Streb and Chris Thompson. And I saw 2 high school kids that had gone through the first tee program that got to play with these PGA golfers. I mean, how many other opportunities do you have to do that? But this is all part of the connections that Jeff has and Kathy, his wife, have, and just him wanting to make sure that everyone has access to the sport, because it is so important. It is something that teaches leadership, patience, teamwork, just everything. So I think that, and not only that, but it's also, it's good for business. I mean, if we can have an event, and even Robert Streb, the PGA golfer, he said he would come out every year if we wanted him to. I mean, he's that impressed with our foundation, that to have that visibility for Lawrence and Douglas County and the surrounding area, I think is a good business partnership, and it's a good partnership just for just recreation as well. So I don't want to see it turn into anything different, just for those reasons. I can't imagine anything better being there. And he's absolutely right. I mean, it needs to be updated. And from a practical standpoint, I mean, do you want people driving out to Top Golf? We have something where we can keep people here, and we can also keep members of the community engaged. And that's important to me as a mom, as a constituent, as a board member, and as a citizen of this area. I mean, I would be very, very discouraged to see the commission vote this down, honestly. And Jeff would say,
Nice. We've exceeded the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Mr. Burry, or I guess, are there any other members of the public that have any comments that they'd like to offer?
Kyle Kobe with planning. I know at one point I saw another hand go up via Zoom, but I don't see it up now. I just want to maybe just pause for a minute to see if.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, if you're on the Zoom call and you wish to speak to this item, please do either wave into your camera or raise your digital hand.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I'm seeing a Cheryl Haney is raising her hand.
Very good, Ms. Haney. Luke Sinclair, Chair, please feel free to offer your comments.
Hi, this is Cheryl Haney. I am a resident of Eudora, Kansas. I live directly behind Twin Oaks Golf Course. I participated in the previous meeting, and I am completely opposed to this because it looks like this amendment is nothing. It just looks like it's just about money, and it's nothing more than cropland. There's nothing about tourism on this property. There's a lot of flooding there, and I apologize to the previous lady that spoke, but she's not a resident of this area. And I appreciate that her son has gone through a lot of golf training, but I am completely opposed, and I am fully prepared to have the, let me get my notes here.
Ms. Haney, this is Luke Sinclair, the planning chair. Ma'am, is there a way that you can, it's a little difficult to make out what you're saying. I think I've tried to catch as much as I can, but there's some feedback or static.
Yeah, that's because of where we live. We live in the river bottoms, which is cropland. But I'm protesting this. I don't want this amendment to go forward whatsoever, and I am fully prepared to go forward with the protest petition at this point. And that's really all I have to say about it.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, ma'am. We'll take those comments into consideration. Any other public comments? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. It's a little unorthodox, but I have with me a member of the public, who's my daughter, who may like to say something on this item. Would that be allowed?
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I would be willing to entertain that member of the public's comments, yes.
So I've been, oh yeah, okay, right, I knew that. I'm Catherine Udaley, and I've been participating at Twin Oaks Golf for a few months now, and I've been having a lot of fun with it. And I'd say that anything that they want to do there, I'd be up for that, and I'd be willing to help them with that because I just really like it there, and I've had a lot of fun there, and I've learned a lot there because I knew like pretty much nothing about golf before.
Okay.
Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you so much for your input. I also see another hand up, Ann Levati.
Hi, thank you. My husband Sean and I have used Twin Oaks for fun for 2 decades, and we have grandchildren and children, and the children have used it, and we brought our grandchildren, and we have been following these proposed zoning changes over time, and we think that this is a very, very, very sustainable approach for zoning for this area. And it would be a benefit to the recreational capabilities of what people have available to them in Lawrence. I mean, we do have a lot of recreational places that we can go, but for golf, this is it. And it's a great place. And Jeff treats everybody who comes in there as part of his family. And I just want to say, please vote yes on this because, you know, we think it's a really, really good idea. And I am a little emotional about it because it is a great opportunity for kids in our community. And that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that wish to offer their input?
Kyle Kobe with Planning. At this time, I do not see any other hands going up.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you, Kyle. Then, Mr. Burry, you have an opportunity. You have 5 minutes if you'd like to offer a response to any of the public comments.
I'll try to keep it as positive as I can. You know, I'm pretty emotional myself. This has been a 30-year journey for us. And it's amazing watching people grow up here. I have employees whose dads have worked with us here. And I've watched these Eudora kids pretty much all grow up and Lawrence kids. And It's really neat to be a part of that and hopefully convey some of the values that Emily has expressed in her comments about the things kids learn when they're around the game of golf. You know, I'm a product of that. I grew up on the other side of the tracks in the Northeast in Connecticut, and I was a caddy. And my whole life has been centered around golf. And the last 12 years, I've spent about 99.9% of it trying to give it back. And I really think that this Twin Oaks is an asset to the community. And to address Ms. Haney, I think that we do everything we can to be a positive part of the community and be in a green space. You know, it just, I think, enhances as you drive into between Lawrence and between Eudora driving into Lawrence. I mean, it's a positive thing that on the south side of the highway. There's no sport like golf. I mean, it's lifelong. The stories are unbelievable that people tell how golf has impacted their lives. And, you know, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around it, but I hope this place will continue. There's a lot of people out there who would like it to continue and be here. I think I use the word old school. I mean, this is a place your kids can come and hopefully be safe and have fun and learn a lot about life and golf. And so I just want to assure everybody that that's the mission. The mission is to be the best citizens or part of the community we can possibly be. And thanks for considering this. And thanks to all the people that maybe are listening that didn't speak. But see what happens. Thanks. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burry. Luke Sinclair, Chair. With that, then, we will bring it back to the commissions for our discussion amongst the Eudora Planning Commission and ours, the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Are there any, is there a commissioner that has any questions or comments to make? Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I just have 3 comments. First of all, I want to say that I unequivocally support this rezoning. Having said that, I think there are 2 things that I wish we could see here. One is the solutions that we proposed back in May, I think we're better than what we're doing tonight. I think this is the right conclusion, but the wrong solution. I think we would have been better off leaving the Ag 1 designation and permitting the restaurant use. And that leads me to my 3rd comment, which is to implore Jeff Crick and Randy Larkin to try to find ways where we can come up with the ability to make on-the-fly decisions that are efficient and rational, and I would have been less than what was asked for back in May, and we could have been, over and done with it, with the same conclusion that we're reaching tonight. So I just think we need to work harder at that aspect. That we have a desperate need for the ability to make on-the-fly decisions that, are within the bounds of the codes. And we don't have those, obviously, given this case. Thanks.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. Commissioner Shanklin, could I ask you a question in response, since you indicated that you unequivocally support it with that statement? Do you have any concerns about the building being within the 200-foot buffer?
No. It's a low impact use.
Okay, thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Ashworth, I saw your hand up.
Karen Ashford, Planning Commission. I too have no concern about the reduction of the buffer area given the floodway to the south. But just a question for clarification to planning staff. Mary Millie, you had showed a new location for the building, and I just want to confirm that that would be out of the floodway, since you said building in the floodway was not permitted. But by the look on the map, it looked like it might overlap.
Mary Miller, planning staff. Yes, the building is not going to be in the floodway. That's all to the south of the property.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Chair Martin, see your hand up.
Yes, Grant Martin, Chairman, Eudora Planning Commission. I know that we are not going to get a vote tonight because we don't have a quorum, but I would like to make some comments. I am 100% in favor of this item being passed this evening. I think some things to consider in terms of use. This is a relatively low impact use. Mr. Burry, obviously he's been doing this for a long time. And one thing that I guess maybe tugs at my heartstrings a little bit is how much he dedicates to the youth in the area. And not only just the general youth, but, you know, we look at Eudora High School's golf team, other golf teams in the area that are able to go there to a place that is close and not have to drive into, let's say, Kansas City, a Top Golf, that type of thing, to get not only practice, but good golf education. The other thing that I think we need to consider, you know, this is in the Tier 1 area of Eudora's, you know, annexation basically is what we're looking to lay out. Right now it's on the western edge. And one thing that really, I guess, probably sticks in my mind is that as you go down highways, almost all the time at a Cloverleaf, you see a gas station, fast food. Sometimes you see things that not everybody agrees with. I'm not going to name names out west on I-70, but you know, this is something that is a nice green space. It's certainly not a petro fuel plaza for semi trucks that are getting on the South Lawrence Trafficway. So I think when we think about pollution and noise and the effect on the surrounding neighbors, this is pretty minimal. And it is very clear to me that, you know, some people have their life invested in agriculture, and obviously Mr. Beery has his life invested in golf. And I think I probably speak on behalf of the whole Eudora Commission, because we voted unanimously back in May to go ahead and send the letter over recommendation for approval. And I think we still believe that. So I would strongly ask you all to really consider moving this forward tonight. Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Chair Martin. Points are well taken. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I'd like to cut into some nitty gritty. I'm very much in favor of the rezoning for many. I think this is the right fit. This is a good fit of several options that were out there. And to Ms. Haney's point about an intensification of use there, she was a neighbor who expressed some concerns. In my mind, adding to the rural tourism use with the additional building and the rezoning is far better than what we were looking at before, which was rezoning to, you know, a full general business district, which could have what would come next would be something far more intense. whereas this I feel is a very safe move for the neighborhood. It's a minor intensification of the use that's there and a very appropriate. I also have no problem with eliminating the buffer. If ever there were a property that didn't need a 200-foot buffer, it has floodplain on 2 sides and highway on 2 sides. And as a golf course, I think you need edge to edge pretty much as much space as you can get. So certainly I have no problem with that either. In terms of the permitted uses under rural tourism, when I looked through the list, the only thing that gave me any pause at all was the hotel use. And because a small hotel, frankly, wouldn't bother me either as part of the golf course, but a large hotel that would buy the golf course in order to destroy it and build a large hotel there would concern me. So and Mary, maybe you can tell me the hotel use that's permitted by right, would that be only as a supporting portion of the golf course as the primary use, or could that be a standalone, something that could replace the golf course as a use?
Mary Miller, planner. In the rural tourism district, uses that are permitted, and they're the principal uses, so they're not accessory, they require rezoning. So if we were going to go from the golf course to the hotel, it's almost like conditioned zoning. Right now it's approved for a golf course. And any accessory uses, they could happen with a site plan. But if we were going to change it to a hotel use, it would have to come back and go through the rezoning process.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. In that case, I have no reservations about anything in the proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'm like the other commissioners, I'm unequivocally supportive of this rezoning. I just want to thank Mr. Bury for his patience with the process. I know that the last several months have not been easy. Obviously, the members of the community who support him, speak for a really broad base who should have a home in a place like this. I think I try not to rehash the last meeting because I'm generally supportive. I was presiding over it. I was generally supportive of the process that we followed. I think, we expressed at the time that we as individual commissioners, we were supportive of the success of this venture. And I am equally supportive now. And so I will be voting in support of this rezoning.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion if you feel we are ready.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think we probably are. And if people want to chime in after the motion's made, they can.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I think making the motion would do well for me at home with my daughter. So I am offering to make that. I recommend that we approve the request to rezone approximately 22 acres from AG1 to RT district based on the findings presented in the staff report and waiving the 200-foot buffer requirement and forwarding that to the Board of County Commissioners for our recommendation for approval.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, we have a motion to approve the request to rezone and to waive the buffer requirement and forward it on. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carter seconded it. Are there any other comments that any commissioners wish to make before the Planning Commissioner votes, or Planning Commission? Commissioner Carpenter.
Tim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. First to Mr. Bury, I'm also apologize that you've been put through the ringer on this. As was stated the first time it was here, everybody's in favor of this use. It was just the process that it was brought to us, which unfortunately then was distorted by the reporting in the paper and very confusing to everybody, except for us that were on the Planning Commission, I think. With respect to Commissioner Shanklin's first comment about the text amendment, I think we just found out from our last month's meeting that perhaps we should have taken the initiative to initiate a text amendment on the spot when this was before us before. So I think that's something we should remember for the future, that if we see minor tweaks that could be done that way, that we remember that that's something that we have the option to do. I also was concerned a bit about the possibility of a motel, but in my mind, I looked at the area around it, and nobody's going to try to build anything that's profitable on this small a lot hemmed in by all the floodway. So I felt a little more comfortable about that. And then after Mary's answer, that would have to come back, I feel even better. Hearing that it's in tier 1 of the Eudora growth zone. I mean, if it is annexed into the city, it's going to have to be rezoned then. And then I guess Eudora will be making the decisions. But until that time, I'm happy to go with this. The buffer makes not worrying about the buffer because of the floodway, how wide that is. I think we have a natural buffer that can't go away. And it's not as though we're being asked to use undeveloped land that could be developed by someone else as a buffer. So we have a natural buffer that's going to stay in place. So I think all my concerns have been addressed, and I'm all in favor of this. And I'm glad that we did find a way to permit this small expansion out there, which could be of great benefit to maintaining this valued business in our community. So I'm going to be happy to vote in favor of it.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioners Butler, Stewart, Payton, or Young, anybody want to offer anything before we have a vote? I think everybody else has spoken.
This is Commissioner Stewart. I think Grant Martin provided a good summary from Eudora. You're definitely in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Last chance. Anyone else?
This is Commissioner Danielle Young, and I completely agree with Commissioner Stewart and Martin.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Unless anyone else raises a hand, I think we're probably ready for Luke Sinclair. I don't know if I said that. Jeff, I think we're probably ready for you to call the roll.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Jeff. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you to the commissioners from the Eudora Planning Commission for joining us tonight. And with that, then I will adjourn the joint meeting with the Eudora Planning Commission and reconvene our meeting as the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. And move on to item number 2, which is to consider approving a special use permit, SUP 21-00262 for Beehive Homes, an extended care facility, general use, located at 1311 Research Park Drive. And we have from staff, Kyle Kobe to present.
Yes, thank you very much. Kyle Kobe with Planning. This application proposes the construction of 2 new buildings for a new extended care facility general use. The proposed use is permitted in the IBP Industrial Business Park District via a special use permit. The property is currently undeveloped, as are many of the other surrounding properties. The property to the north is developed as a daycare center use, and the property across the street is a dual tenant building, site planned as a construction, sales and service, and participant sports and recreation indoor use. Surrounding zoning on all sides is IBP, Industrial Business Park District, with the exception of the property across the street, which is zoned IL, Limited Industrial District. Use of the property should be compatible with nearby uses, and a natural buffer exists between the subject property and the residential development to the west in the form of undeveloped property between those 2 areas. Several recommended conditions of approval are noted in your staff report. Each of these items are required prior to release of the special use permit and will require full review and compliance with applicable codes and standards. This time, none of the items noted are anticipated to impact the use itself or have a substantial impact on the site in terms of design or characteristics. It's possible that some minor edits or modifications to the plans may be needed as a result of these processes. So for example, contour lines associated with the detention area in the southeast, maybe some modifications to that, or through the public improvement plans, some notations on where a sewer line might be or a water line, things of that nature, but nothing that would impact the site itself or the use is anticipated at this time. I also want to touch on the revisions to the plans which were added to the agenda packet earlier in the week. The changes were made to address fire code issues identified after all the other materials were uploaded into your packet. As noted in the memo, the main issue addressed with these revisions pertains to fire access. The grass pavers and reinforced curbs were added to provide sufficient fire truck access to the buildings. Fire prevention staff has indicated that the changes made to these plans satisfies their comments at this time. With that, I conclude my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you might have. The applicant's here tonight with us as well.
Thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Is the applicant here?
Yes, my name is Joy Ray with Paul Werner Architects. Working with Kyle on the special use permit. I just give you a quick overview. The client's really excited to bring this use to Lawrence. I think you mentioned, but it's an assisted living facility. Their goal is to make it feel like a home. So from the streets, they want it to look like a house, and we have front porches on the plans and with the parking in the middle, just to make it seem more homey and inviting to the residents. We're excited to get it out of the ground, I should say, and get them moving along. For the most part, we don't see anything changing. We need to still address a few fire issues and make sure we're there, but we think we have a pretty solid plan and are looking forward to just getting this going. But I'm happy to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there any members of the public on the call or in person that wish to comment on this item? If so, please make yourself known, and you'd have 3 minutes to comment.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I can confirm there's nobody in the room to speak on this or any other items, and I don't see any hands going up via Zoom.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. We'll just bring it back to the commission then to discuss. Does anybody have any questions for staff or the applicant or any comments? Does anybody have any concerns? Commissioner Carpenter?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I don't have any problem with this whole project except for the buffer yard explanation that we had. I'm a little concerned about using neighboring undeveloped property as a buffer. So I guess my question to Kyle would be, given the assumption that that undeveloped property next door could be developed, and if it is developed, does that mean we have no buffer between the lots after the other parcel is developed?
Kyle Kobe with planning. I think perhaps I did not explain the buffer yard and buffering. When I said buffer, a natural buffer, what I intended to indicate was that there was a separation between this property and the residential properties to the west. Because the property to the west, which is currently undeveloped, is zoned IBP as well, the buffer yard requirements from the landscaping section of the Land Development Code would not come into play. But for the property to the west, when that gets developed, since it's abutting a residentially zoned property, a landscape buffer yard would be required at that time.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. So it's actually, there's a lot in between where this project sits and those residents. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that was a bit confusing in the report because you had the statement about the undeveloped as a buffer and then said there was no need for additional buffer because of the type of zoning. So it was a little confusing to me.
Yeah,
Thank
Kyle
you.
Coe with planning. I totally get that. I see where you're coming from. Apologize for that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Carpenter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I don't intend to make any difficulty about it, but what is a grass paver that'll hold up a fire truck?
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Is that directed to the applicant or staff?
Yes, Ms. Ray, please.
Okay, well, I am not the civil engineer, but I'm working with the civil engineer on other projects. There are, it has to do a lot with the subgrade as well, but it's like a plastic sort of hexagonal type surface that allows dirt and grass to grow in between it. But really it's the sub base that's like very thick that will support the fire truck, but still allow grass to grow. So we're not looking out the back windows of that building at a giant concrete driveway.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Thank you for that. So I assume this is a permeable solution then to rather than having concrete for fire trucks.
Yes, yes. And it's something we still want to work through with the fire department as well. So, maybe we come up with a different solution. In the end, we're going to make sure it complies with fire and, but we'd like to have that green space. And so if we definitely need the fire lane and we can't come to a different solution with the fire department, then we'd like to make it pleasant to look at versus a concrete parking lot out of somebody's back window.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I am all in favor of alternatives that are a little better to work with than the 10-inch concrete pad that commercial properties are required for fire trucks. You should see what we park on in the rural areas with our fire trucks. So no, I have no difficulties with anything in the proposal.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. I just want to add my support for alternatives, permeable alternatives to what we normally see. I just want to throw that out there that any alternatives are always welcome. Thank you for putting that in there.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there any other questions or comments, or does anybody feel comfortable making a motion? Is your hand up, Commissioner Butler?
Yes, sir. I will make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that we recommend approval of the extended care facility general use located at 1311 Research Park and forwarding the request to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. So we have a motion to approve the special use permit. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carter. And I guess I should have said that the motion is subject to the approval, subject to the conditions. So we have a second. Thank you very much, Commissioner Carter. Any other comments before we have a vote? Jeff, could you read the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
We just lost Commissioner Butler.
Commissioner Butler?
I apologize. My internet connection went out. Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Very good. Thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think it's a little earlier than we normally take a break, but our next three items are going to be together. So I'm going to suggest that we have like a 5-minute break. So if everyone's willing to come back at 7:50 or shortly thereafter, that would be great.
Coleman. Mr. Chair, the room is ready.
Thank you all. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. The next thing we have is a trio of items, the 3, 4, and 5 on our agenda. And so the first is to consider the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CPA 21-00258 to Plan 2040, Chapter 8B, Specific Land Use Plans, west of K10 Plan, to add residential uses to the list of recommended uses for the property known as Gateway Addition, 7200 West 6th Street. The one after that is to consider approving a request to rezone Z21-00259, approximately 25.4 acres located at 7200 West 6th Street, from CC 600 district to RS7 district. And then the final part of this item is to consider approving a request to rezone Z21-00260, approximately 10.4 acres, located at 7200 West 6th Street, from CC 600 district to OS district. And for the presentation from staff tonight, Mary Miller will be presenting.
Mary Miller, City County Planner. It'll take me just a moment to get my screen up. Thank you. As you mentioned, this is a 3-part item. It's a comprehensive plan amendment and 2 rezonings. The comprehensive plan amendment is requesting a change to the west of K10 area plan. The graphic on the left shows the boundary of the area within the K10, west of K10 plan. That's outlined in purple. It primarily is west of K10 highway. Some of it extends to the east into the city of Lawrence somewhat, but the majority of it is west of the K10 highway. The subject property is the area that's shown in yellow, and this has been annexed into the city of Lawrence. So this is city property. The graphic to the right shows the current land use recommendations for that area. Yellow is low density residential. Orange is medium density residential. The brown is residential office, or the tan. The dark brown is heavy or high density residential. Purple is industrial. The blue is institutional or public. South of the subject property, you'll see outlined in bold. South of that's a blue area. That's an existing church. And then to the southwest, there's an area that's been identified as a potential future school. And then the red areas that have white hatch marks through those, these are recommended as CC 600, or community commercial centers. And the subject property is zoned CC 600 today. And at the north side, you'll see a green area with red hash marks, and that's open space buffer yard. That's recommended to provide a buffer between the commercial development and the existing rural neighborhood to the north. The plan notes that the Community Commercial Center, CC 600 district, is intended to allow for commercial, office, mixed-use residential, and employment uses. It also notes that up to 600,000 square feet of retail space is to be located at this intersection. While the plan recommends a mix of residential uses, it does not recommend standalone residential development in the northwest quadrant of the intersection. It does in the southeast quadrant, but not in the northwest quadrant. The zoning districts recommended for the northwest quadrant only permit multi-dwelling residences, and this is only allowed when they make up 50% of a mixed use, at least 50% of a mixed use project. There would be office, commercial, and then residential as well. The comprehensive plan recommends that residential development occur in Tier 1 before moving into Tier 2. That we would keep the development within the city limits. It recommends infill development. However, this is a very unique situation, as we have land within the city limits that is a greenfield that hasn't been developed at all. And so additional residential development could be accommodated here, more than could be accommodated with the traditional infill. Achieving a mix of residential uses in this quadrant beyond those multi-dwelling structures that are permitted as part of a mixed-use project would require revision to the plan to allow detached dwellings, duplexes, and multi-dwellings in the area, as well as the multi-dwelling uses that are permitted as part of the mixed-use development in the CC districts. The applicant has requested that low and medium density residential uses be included in the recommended uses for the northwest quadrant of the intersection, and that the future land use map be revised to show these uses in the northwest corner. The graphic on the left shows, as I mentioned, these are the current future land use recommendations. CC is 600 with the green space buffer to the north. On the east, we'll see what the applicant has requested. They requested low to medium density residential. They're looking at RS7, that's the area that's yellow. And then next to that would be a open space area, which would be wider than the buffer that was originally shown in the plan. The green and white striped area to the east, that's just a continuation of the current open space buffer. So that would not be removed with this change. This figure shows the land use proposals or recommendations as they correlate with the existing land uses in the area. The open space buffer along the north parking line is intended to buffer this existing residential neighborhood from future commercial development. The residential neighborhood was not developed with the intent that there would be commercial behind them. And so this buffer would provide a buffer and a transition area. And as you see here, what's being recommended is the residential area, which would be a transition. It would provide a transition from this very low density residential to low to medium density residential into the commercial area. It would also provide a buffer to the property to the west. While this property is zoned agricultural, it's developed with the residents, and the Douglas County appraiser has it listed as a single family as their land use. There would still be the green buffer. Now, the residential area, we don't have a buffer area being recommended between the new residential area and the proposed commercial area. And that's because as they're designed, transitions and buffers would be built in. Our development codes requires buffer yards between zoning districts of different intensities. And the community design manual notes various ways that you can provide suitable transitions between commercial uses and residential uses. You can reduce the scale of the buildings as you get closer to the residential. You can change the massing so that it's more compatible. And lower intensity uses are usually placed nearer to the residential areas. So if there's smaller retail, community uses, offices, these would be located nearer that residential area. So it's not necessary to establish a green space to protect the new proposed residential area, as buffering and transitions would be included in the development plans when they develop. And again, this is just showing this change that's being proposed to the area plan would require two things. One would be a change to the future land use map. And so this is a graphic taken from the attachment with the staff report showing the changes. And it just shows how the green space buffer on the north would be widened for a portion, and then it would be replaced with the single dwelling residential in the northwest corner. One benefit to this, it would also provide a transition to this residential property to the west. And then there'd be wording within the plan that would also have to be changed. And this is very wordy, but it's actually the text that's related to what can happen in the northwest corner. It notes that the northwest corner of this intersection is expected to have a mix of uses, including retail and other commercial uses. And the language that's being proposed is residential uses may be incorporated as components of a mixed commercial development or may be developed independently along the north and west boundary of the corner. This area is intended to be a commercial node, therefore residential should be limited to maintain the retail character. And then it goes on that total area allotted for retail space in this corner is 155,000 square feet. And the green space, we just took off the recommending we remove the portion that says it's on the northern edge, but the green space would help provide a transition from the existing residential neighborhood to the north. And so that's the language staff is recommending for this amendment. Staff's recommendation is to approve the comprehensive plan amendment with revisions to the land use map and to the text, and forward this on with a recommendation for approval to the City Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. And the CPA process is different than most of our other items you bring before you. In order for a comprehensive plan amendment to be approved, it has to be approved by the Planning Commission, the County Commission, and the City Commission. And so if one of those bodies votes to deny it, it does not move forward. However, the rezoning request may move forward independently of the comprehensive plan amendment. So I'll move into zoning Z21-00259. This is a rezoning request for the RS7 district. It's approximately 25.4 acres to rezone it to RS7. This district requires a minimum lot area of 7,000 square feet, and the maximum density that's possible is 6.2 dwelling units per acre. And this looks very familiar to the comprehensive plan amendment screen I just showed. It's just showing where the residential rezoning is being proposed. It's adjacent to CP or cluster preservation to the north and to Ag 1 zoning to the west. The graphic on the right shows the land uses it's adjacent to, and it's single family to the north and to the west. So the rezoning would be compatible with the existing zonings and land uses in the area. We always look at the character of the area. I'm using basically the 1 mile radius we always use for county properties, even though this property is within the city. It's just bounded on 3 sides by rural property. As you can see, the area contains quite a bit of residential development. There's a platted subdivision to the north of the subject property. North of that, there's land that's been divided through a certificate of survey. And then we have residential development along East 800 Road, and then in this corner on the intersection with North Highway 40, I mean. And so the proposal to put residential in this corner would not be in conflict with the character of the area. It would actually maintain the character of the area. Other things that we look at, some of the review criteria and the golden factors include, is the proposed rezoning compliant with the recommendations in the long-range plan for the area? And the answer is no, not unless the comprehensive plan amendment is approved. However, this is just one of the review criteria, and it is possible to approve the rezoning even if this review criteria is not met. The suitability of the property, we look at this to see, is the rezoning being requested because the property is not suitable to the uses to which it's currently restricted? That's not the purpose. The purpose is to add additional uses. The 155,000 square feet of retail is not going to take up the entire property, and this would be an opportunity to add residential into the area. We look at how long has it been vacant. It's been vacant since it was rezoned. However, the subject property that we're looking at has never been developed. It's always been agricultural land. And then we evaluate, would the rezoning have any detrimental impacts on nearby properties? Rezoning to a similar zoning and allowing a similar residential use should have no detrimental impacts on the nearby residential properties or agricultural properties. When we look at the gain to the public from the denial, as there are no detrimental impacts that we've identified, we don't see any gain to the public from the denial. The hardship to the property owner would be that they would not be able to develop this property residentially, which could also be a hardship to the community as a whole. Our comprehensive plan recommends that we work to improve and increase our residential stock within Tier 1, within the city limits. And as noted in the staff report, our residential lot inventory has been depleted, and this would be an opportunity to add new lots to that. And then we look at the comprehensive plan. In Chapter 2B, residential, Goal 6 says to maximize development opportunities within Lawrence before expanding into Tier 2, which is, we've mentioned that. And Goal 7 is to create a functional and aesthetically unique residential environment for Lawrence. And the action step for that would be to provide compatible transitions from residential neighborhoods to more intensive uses for both established and new neighborhood residential areas. And so the RS7 district would provide a transition between the existing neighborhood and the proposed commercial. And as we go through the development process, transitions and buffers would be included for that new residential development. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning of approximately 24.5 acres from CC 600 to RS7 based on the findings in the staff report, and forwarding the rezoning request to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval. As then we'll move on to the second rezoning request, Z21-00260. This is a request to rezone that portion to the open space. It's approximately 10.4 acres. This graphic shows where that is located is just adjacent to the cluster preservation zoning to the north and that single family residential. The open space would provide a buffer. It would actually extend the buffer width that was recommended in the area plan and provide more buffer in this area. We look at the character of the area. The area that's being requested for open space zoning is marked with the circle. On the west side of K10, a lot of the area is open space. It's agricultural land, but it's primarily open space. Open space is typically compatible with almost everything, and it can be an amenity to most developments. So it should be compatible and maintain the character of the area. It is generally compliant with the recommendations in the area plan, and that is providing a buffer to the residences to the north. The property is well suited for the open space use. There is some drainage way in this area, which could be incorporated. And once it's zoned OS, there's a property to the east of K10 Highway. It's called the Oregon Trails Edition. And they zoned a portion OS, and they put in their detention pond and put in trails. And later the city took that over as parkland. I don't know that that's this applicant's intention, but that's sometimes where open space zoning, the end result of it is it creates an amenity or a parkland for the neighborhood or the area. As I mentioned, the property's been vacant. It's always been agricultural land. There's no detrimental impacts identified with open space. And the open space would provide a gain to the public in a visual amenity. And if trails are put into it, it could be a recreational area as well. And then again, when we look at the comprehensive plan, the residential goal to create a functional and aesthetically unique residential environment for Lawrence in pockets of open space help provide a unique and aesthetically pleasing area. The compatible transitions, the open space would serve as a transition. And then action step 7.8 recommends to locate open space recreation areas within walking distance of all residential areas and provide planned access to parks and open spaces. And while this is geared primarily towards public parks, this would be could be a private recreation area. Those are allowed in these districts. And it would provide the recreation area for the people in the area, or it could become a city park, if that's how that works out when it develops. The commercial recommendations recommend the compatible transitions, and this open space would be a compatible transition. It would primarily be a buffer between the residential uses to the north. And that's action step number 2.1 is ensuring compatible transitions using landscaping, transition yards, and open space. And so staff's recommendation on this rezoning is to recommend approval of it and forwarding it to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based on the findings in the staff report. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have for me. And I know that the applicant is also present today.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. The applicant, is the applicant present?
Chairperson Sinclair, this is Matt Goff with Barber Emerson Law Firm. Yes, we're present.
Okay, Mr. Goff, Luke Sinclair, Chair, before you start, I know we've taken all three of these items together. Do you anticipate there being any trouble with doing the presentation in 10 minutes, or do you need more time?
You can start your watch. I hope to be under 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I will hit some overall comments here and bounce around between these, but overall, we agree completely with the staff's analysis and the recommendations of the staff. Let me first say that Christopher Storm has joined us with the applicant. He can answer questions you may have of more technical nature, but let me touch upon a few things. The property itself was annexed in 2012, and the original zoning application for CC 600 started in 2012, and it, I think, was finally approved in 2013. The West of K10 plan, I think, was originally adopted in 2006. It may have been amended from time to time between now and then, but it obviously predates Plan 2040. The reason the applicant has requested a comprehensive plan amendment is because the staff asked us to. And the only reason it's needed is to update the maps and the one paragraph of the west of K10 plan. I'd make a note that the rezonings as proposed are consistent with Plan 2040 for the reasons that Mary articulated so well. This would add infill tier 1 residential housing stock without having to annex into tier 2. And so I think it's worth noting that in terms of compliance with the comprehensive plan, it does in terms of the general plan. We just need to touch up the older sector plan. And so that's why we're bringing this kind of request that's consistent with the zonings. We completely agree with the staff's analysis on the RS7 and the OS rezoning. Just looking through the staff report to point out a few highlights. Again, the comprehensive plan recommends maximizing development before expanding into tier 2, and that would be accomplished with this. It's worth noting that the new addition since the adoption of the West K10 plan for the specific requirements for site plans that would add buffers just as part of the code mean we don't need to add any more. The addition of RS7 on the corner and the expansion of the OS districts actually make a bigger, better buffer than what we had previously. And it makes more sense because it tracks the topography. This was pasture land throughout its history. Until it gets developed, that's what it'll be. And so the OS district really matches the topography and where the development pattern would likely exist. So I can say over and over how much we agree with the staff report and that we hope you adopt it. Staff found that the property's well suited for the RS7 as well as it's suited to CC 600. We agree there would be no detrimental impact to the neighbors. And so I think it merits your consideration and approval, and I'll stand for questions that you may have.
Mr. Goff, did Mr. Storm have any comments to make now or just present for questions?
Just really present for any questions. There's a lot going on out there, and if there's any questions that I can answer, I'm more than happy to do that.
Very well, thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. If there's anybody in the room, the City Commission hearing room or on the Zoom call that wants to offer comment on this, please make yourself known. And you'd have 3 minutes for comment.
Kyle Kobe with Planning. I can tell you there's nobody in the room to speak on this item. And I am deliberately going slow to provide time for hands to go up on Zoom, but I don't see any at this time.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then we'll just go ahead and bring it back to the commission. Mary sort of laid out for us the fact that we have 3 different items here, all of which we need to vote on. The first is the comprehensive plan amendment, and I think conceptually it's different from the rezoning requests. And in fact, even if we denied that, the rezoning request could proceed up to the City Commission. So, on one hand, I'm almost inclined to just focus on the comprehensive plan amendment and then move on to the next one. But I'm also okay with just having a general discussion and we can kind of return to each item. And I'd just be curious, does anybody care which way we proceed? Why don't we, I don't see, Commissioner Willie, what do you think?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I think my biggest hangup at the moment is why can this zoning request proceed without the comprehensive plan? I know you've walked through this, but this is a rare instance for us because usually we have a comprehensive plan amendment because of the area plan, and that is a yes and up or down that decides whether the rest of the request goes forward. Mary, can you walk me through that again?
Mary Miller, planner. I can, and if I don't do a good enough job, Jeff could fill in on that. But, there's several review criteria and golden factors that we look at, and a rezoning doesn't have to meet all of them, and so if it doesn't meet the area plan, and if the feeling is the area plan may be outdated and the comprehensive plan may be the more reliable and up-to-date document, then it could be possible to move ahead. But this could be the case with any time you have a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning. The rezoning isn't tied to the comprehensive plan amendment. They always can move forward individually. Sometimes the applicant may decide not to move forward, not thinking that they'll be able to get the approval of the rezonings, and it may be, and I'm sure Jeff will have to fill in on this, but it's just because we look at several review criteria, not one of them is enough to say that you can't approve a rezoning.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I think Mary explained it quite well. The only thing I would add is that the way that the comprehensive plan amendment works is that your standing is at the same level as the City Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. But in the case of the rezoning, you're still a recommending body. So you can make a recommendation for the rezoning, but not necessarily have the same impact to it as you would a comprehensive plan amendment.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie, does that clear it up for you, or do you have any follow-ups?
Nothing at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I'm sort of, just to kind of keep things clear and not have discussion over, 3 different topics and try to make our way back. It'd be nice, I think, if no one has an objection on the commission to talk about the comprehensive plan amendment. And then, I guess we wouldn't even really need to have a vote right away, but just talk about that, and then we can move on to the rezoning. So we're sort of keeping our comments in the same realm. So does anybody have an objection to that, or otherwise have questions or concerns about the comp plan amendment related to the sector plan? Commissioner Carpenter?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. You have to ask why I'm always the one to go first. I guess I'm just going to start with a simple question to staff. What is the status of the update to the west of K10 area plan to come back to us for review and recommendation?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. As the commission may remember, we have this schedule on the planning work plan to begin in 2022. So we're hoping to initiate and get that underway in the next year. I don't have an anticipated date when it may return for your review and consideration. It kind of, but we are hoping to get that underway in the next calendar year.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I'm feeling a lot of conflict on this one. We've got put in front of us open space, which we all support. The availability of more land for housing, which we all support. But to do so, we have to vote opposite of how we've been voting about updating the comprehensive plan for the last almost 3 years, where we haven't been doing it since we passed Plan 2040 until we had the updated area plan. We haven't been doing piecemeal amendments. And here we're supported. And this, I have to say, and I'm sorry, I'm going off to the zoning issue, but this is the first time we've had one of these come up that's also had concurrent requests for rezoning, where we've been told that the rezoning would go forward no matter what we decided, even if we decided not to amend the comprehensive plan. Yeah, but we have had, I will say, we've had separate votes on every one of those, and we've always voted consistently. If we voted no to amend the comp plan, we voted no to everything else that was built on that in our heads. But to me, this is the first time I recall a staff report that said that the zoning will go forward, can go forward because we're a recommending body, which makes sense to me. But I have to question why this is the first time it's been stated this way to us. And I know there's a lot of pressure to open up land for additional housing. And we've been having that discussion. We've had that discussion, what was it, last November, when we had the joint meeting of the city county commissions with us. That was the main topic of discussion. We needed to get these plans updated so we could do just this. And this almost seems like a request for an end run around what we've been standing firm with up until now. So I'm very curious to hear everyone else's comments and see where this discussion goes tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Do any commissioners have thoughts on that or other questions or comments? Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. My beginning point on this is that there was a lot of attention paid to building a Plan 2040 that was at least as consistent as it could be with the West of K10 plan. And the presumption should be that it shouldn't need to be amended. Having said that, I also think that the West of K10 plan got this quadrant exactly right, given the traffic patterns, the expected use of property in this area. The CC 600 zoning, to me, seems right on the money. But then the justification proposed to us for making this change, I leave the buffer aside because I really don't think that's material, is the increase in the availability of development opportunities for housing. But yet we're provided with no data on that subject. And so my question for Mary is, if build out were as expected with the requirement that residential be no more than 50% of this CC 600 area, what would we have expected to occur in terms of the number of dwelling units had this quadrant been fully developed? And what are we now going to expect given the small lot, low density development that's being proposed? Because I can't look at that and say, oh, I see more housing there. I look at that and say, so how much more housing? Because it doesn't seem to me that it's really made a material impact on the amount of housing that would be available under a full build out.
Yeah, thank you. Mary Miller, planner. I'm trying to remember your questions. One was, how much residential did we expect under the current zoning? And we don't see very many mixed commercial residential projects. On 23rd Street, there's a building called Proxy, which has residential or retail on the ground floor, and the upper floors are apartments. But that's not the trend in Lawrence. You know, it's Mercado has the same requirement that they could build a commercial with a multi-dwelling component, and that's just the northeastern quadrant I'm speaking of. And we've had conversations, and we don't see many applications. I mean, you know, wanting a mixed building is fine, but if they don't submit it, we can't require it. So I don't actually expect any multi-dwelling residential to be included as a commercial mixed-use project. It could happen, but I wouldn't anticipate it. So while it's allowed, you can't have more than 50% residential. It has to be primarily some other use. And in this corner, with the 155,000 square foot of retail that's allowed, there's a massive amount of land that's available for other uses. There'll be a lot of office uses, although office uses are declining. We don't need so many office uses nowadays. Recreational uses, there is a limited list of uses that's allowed in this district, and it includes a lot of recreational uses. Since this was rezoned, Rock Chalk Park and the Lawrence Sports Pavilion were developed, and that takes away some of the need for a lot of recreational uses in this area. And as far as the data on residential development, in the staff report, there was a link to the residential lot inventory. And so while I didn't spell that out, that was the link that would tell you that our lot inventory is depleted or diminishing. And so it's not possible to go through and say how much of this would ever be developed multifamily if it was just allowed to develop under the CC 600 zoning, because based on the uses that are allowed, mixed use developments, it would be completely at the whim of the developer if anybody wanted to propose a mixed use building. And so I hope I've answered your question, but if not, just let me know.
Commissioner Shanklin,
It goes on and off. I'm sorry. Commissioner Shanklin, thank you, Mary. I really appreciate that response. I note that our housing starts and permits are down. The rest of the nation year over year, the August statistics came out yesterday, and by far the increase in housing development in this country is multifamily housing. Yet what we're looking at here is a little corner of this property that, is, at best is going to put, third of an acre, lots on it. And I just think there ought to be a way we can incentivize the kind of development that you referred to at 23rd Street. We don't need, I mean, sure, the Board of Realtors would love to have commissions on the additional rooftops that they're proposing, but that's not the answer to Lawrence's housing problems. It's not even a Band-Aid. But anyway, that's my view. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. Other commissioners?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I think one bit of information that may be helpful to the commission is that the West of K10 plan was adopted in 2008. And the plan just to the north that would be it literally just above the line on this one is the K10 and Farmers Turnpike plan that was adopted in 2009. The area to the north, due north of the proposed RS7 and proposed OS spaces is zoned, or excuse me, is planned as a future land use as very low residential, kind of acknowledging the residential that you can kind of see just off to the top in the graphics of the maps there. So I did want to make that aware for everybody that the line on the top, the north parcel line there is really the dividing line between the West of K10 plan and the K10 and Farmers Turnpike plan. So you have a bit of a shift in the plans that you have in the area there. And I was not here in 2008 and 2009, so I can't speak to this one, but I can guess that the land uses that were attributed in 8 in the West of K10 and the land uses that were attributed in 2009 in K10 and Farmers Turnpike, that would have that's a pretty big shift in land use to go from CC 600 commercial to very low density residential. So there is some, you do have to kind of look at both of the plans, even though that we're only looking at the West of K10 for an amendment. The K10 and Farmers Turnpike plan does have would be affected by some of the ripple effects related to that one. So I just wanted to share that information with the commission so that you would have that information this evening.
Thank you, Jeff. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I guess one I would ask, I have a question for Commissioner Carpenter, because I'm intrigued by your comments on sort of our practice with some of these previous applications that have involved other sector plans. Do you remember, and this is, I don't remember, so I'm hoping that you do, but were those all, or were any of those in tier 1? Or were we talking about things in tier 2, 3, or, the unincorporated? I guess it wouldn't be that.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. The closest would have been the one just south of K10 on Iowa, where a section of that is already annexed into the city. And part of that was a request to annex or start the annexation for a larger area with like 5 different zoning categories and amendments to the plan, the area plan. And as you'll recall, we voted unanimously in the negative for every one of those. The first one of these that came up That's the only one I can think that was actually in tier 1. The rest have been in tier 2. So I don't know what else. I hope that answers the question, but I would just add one more tidbit. When I was out there and looked at this property last Thursday, I did note a for sale sign south of 6th Street on the property in the southwest of that intersection. So just know whatever we're doing here is going to open up possibilities there prior to us having an amended plan. So I hate to be negative about what's being asked. I think it's entirely reasonable, and possibly could end up in an amended area plan. But I'm a little bit concerned by the process, since we have been pretty clear in our statements about not piecemeal amendments to the area plans. And there's a lot riding on that. I mean, that's predictable, and I'm surprised it didn't come up here with some response to why we should consider this as being different from what our practice has been for the last couple of years. So I guess I could turn that around to Mr. Gao, and why is this different from the other ones that have come before us over the last couple of years that we should amend the area plan for this particular request?
Commissioner Carpenter, my name is Matt Goff, and let me just be clear. Our preference would be not to seek a CPA amendment. If you can imagine the time it takes to put the application together and to be here tonight, if you're telling us it's something we don't need to do, we'd prefer not to. I had a very cordial conversation with Mary Miller about that. And it seems the staff's of the opinion that they always need to run that to you as far as a CPA amendment for any zoning that doesn't square up with the area plan. And of course, we're pleased to oblige, but I'm with you. If you want to give direction to the staff to say we don't need to do this anymore, we won't.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. One of the things that strikes me as different for this comprehensive plan amendment versus others that we've seen and rejected is that the node itself is not changing. So the CC 600 still kind of characterizes that the main part of that node for the intersection. In other comprehensive plan amendments we were asked for, it was an entirely it's a huge change in an entire quadrant of a node that would mean that if it went to residential, it couldn't ever be industrial across the road. This, I think, as far as the use goes, I don't have any trouble with it. I think the open space configuration is helpful to the nearby residences. I think that the RS7 is a decent transition from the CC 600, and I think it's possibly a better configuration than what was proposed in the area plan. So my difficulty is only that we have had this kind of history of not changing the area plans until we've had a chance to look at the whole thing. But I feel like this is not a significant change, and it addresses an immediate community need. So if we can do the rezoning and not touch the comprehensive plan, that seems like something, I mean, I'm still having trouble seeing that there's a way to do that. But I would be open to finding a way through that.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. And just, I guess, to go off your final thought there, and now I'm jumping ahead, even though I suggested we should talk about the comprehensive plan amendment. But the part of the rezoning request that implicates needing to change the use in the sector plan, Mary, is it that the rezoning request is compliant with the comprehensive plan or whatever that one factor is? Is that right? Is that the only reason?
that's Mary Miller Planner. That's one of the reasons. You know, when you do a rezoning, you look at all the rezoning criteria and the golden factors, and then you try to evaluate them all together. So it's not a checklist where you go down and say
Right.
every one of these has to be met. So I think we're leaning pretty heavily on the fact that it does comply with our updated comprehensive plan, even though it does not comply with the area plan, which has not been updated. I think that's why we give that more weight to the comprehensive plan.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mary. And I guess, you know, my thoughts on sort of our past decisions on these things, you know, I hear sort of Randy's voice in my head saying that, you know, we view all these things and make decisions based on the facts that are in front of us, and there's not supposed to be precedential value. Now, to the extent and I think we've done that with these, I'm not sure that we've actually denied them because we denied the last one. It seems like that maybe there's been a trend that way. And so I'm not terribly concerned with this one, I'm not concerned about voting to approve a text amendment in this case. I think for reasons that I couldn't articulate any better than Commissioner Willie, but so I'm not terribly concerned with it. I mean, and I haven't been able to figure out how to articulate why maybe doing one that's in tier 1 versus one that's a little further out is different than some of those others. And the one that on the south side of town is, in my opinion, sort of its own thing. Are there any other commissioners that have comments or thoughts on this? Commissioner Carpenter.
I'm Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. First, Mr. Gallup, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I know your name, but I read it incorrectly because of Zoom. Yeah, I read your name and just read it off the top of my head. I think where we are, and we could use Matt's help and build on where Karen is and where Chair Sinclair is. Well, if we're going to go forward with this, and I think I'm getting the feeling we all are in favor of the request for the residential and the open space, but how do we get past this first step in our mind? So the only way to really do this is to figure out why this is different from the others. And I think Commissioner Willie started us on that track about the extent and this being part of a node. Because I've heard the speech about only look at what's in front of us all the time, but nobody believes that. Everybody comes in and says, well, you did it here, so why are you going to treat me different? And we have to make the decision based on what they bring to us, but we all know what we've done before, and all the applicants know what we've done before. So how can we build on this to be different from what our practice has been with amendments to these area plans? What distinguishes this? What makes it different from the other ones? So I'm looking for any help here on how we can say we do this one and why it's different from the others.
Mr. Chair, may I try to answer Commissioner Carpenter's question?
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Yeah, that'd be great.
Commissioner Carpenter, Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services. Please let me know if I've gone astray of your question. I think one of the differences that we kind of view in this instance is that you have the rarity of an overlap between a sector plan and the city limit line. In most instances, when the city limit, if you were to go into a sector plan again, you would not necessarily include the area because it would be in the city limits. It would have the subjectivity of a rezoning to it. So it would be a little bit more freer to shift and move in the rezoning categories in what you would typically see when a piece of land is locked both in the city limits and in a sector plan. So if you remember Horizon 2020, there was a future land use map that contained all the land inside the city of Lawrence and it prescribed future land uses. And so you would see a piece of land that had been in the city for 100 years have to go for a comprehensive plan amendment because it didn't allow for that flexibility and the shifting, the ability to quick response to market conditions or other factors that we were seeing in there. So and we haven't kicked this off, but my guess would be is that one of the things we would do as part of this is because this is now in the city limits because it was annexed about 4 to 5 years after the plan was initially adopted, is that this may not be in a sector plan upon the next iteration because it's already in the city limits and it has the zoning to it. You recently saw at the beginning of 2021 a comprehensive plan amendment for the HOP plan, which is right around 6th Street and Wisconsin, and you recommended approval on that item too. And that was a small modification to a neighborhood plan to kind of match the zoning with what the use was going through in a very similar instance. So in a great many of ways, I think it, the overlap of the plan, the city limit line, and honestly, the chronological order of how things have occurred kind of give us a bit of a nuanced situation here that we don't see typically in most comprehensive plan amendments, which are still kind of in the county or on their way into the city and have a broader look at items. So I hope I may have shed a little bit more light towards that item that you were describing, but please let me know if I haven't.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission, that was very helpful, and that gets me a long way because that pretty much ties into my comments about the first one we had with being in Tier 1 growth area of Eudora, and it could be annexed in and the zoning would change. Mr. Chair, I saw Mr. Goff had his hand up too, if you could recognize him.
Still recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, and I appreciate Jeff Crick's comments. I just want to make the point that the famous Golden case, Golden versus City of Overland Park, and the Golden factors talk about, as one of them, compliance with the comprehensive plan. In our staff report for this item and probably others, we had another factor for compliance with the area plan, but that's putting a very fine analysis on it. Your job, and I'm not telling you how to do your job, but I'm just surmising that you have the power to determine whether a rezoning application complies with the plan or not. And in front of you is a proposal that complies with a lot of the plan, Plan 2040, which is brand new. And we're hitting a lot of high points and goals from that plan. It just so happens that there's an older area plan that on one of the last pages of Plan 2040 is incorporated by reference that maybe isn't perfect. It doesn't have the same lines on the map, and it doesn't say low to medium density residential. You have the ability to look at all of the facts and say, you know what, these rezonings comply with the comprehensive plan when you look at it as a whole. And I think that's important. And I was going to point out also that if you're looking at a CPA amendment that goes along with the zoning that you're supportive of, it sounds like you've approved those in the past. And that's all I was going to say. And thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Goff. I would push back a little bit just on and defend, I think, the decision maybe to push for a comprehensive plan amendment. I think we've sort of been operating with the understanding that although we just reference sector plans, they are part of the comprehensive plan. And so we have this tension between what the comp plan says and what the sector plans, which are older, say. And I think it's completely reasonable to try to clean up a sector or try to amend a sector plan so that it is in basically reflects what we're going to be looking at for the rezoning. So the uses all make sense and line up. And sometimes that sometimes the use doesn't seem like it's a great idea for the sector plan. And then you get maybe the comp amendment is denied. But in this case, I don't have really any concerns. I mean, about the use, changing it to be residential as per the rezoning request, and then also amending the sector plan to reflect that. I'm sensitive and sort of, I think I agree with what Commissioner Shanklin said earlier. If we're concerned about housing, that maybe RS7 is a little on the light side in terms of providing more inventory, but that's what's in front of us, and I'm a little hesitant to force more density in that regard, but I do agree with him, I think, on that. So in all that's to say, I think I can understand why this was suggested by staff. And I also understand, Mr. Goff, your point of view, which is, we don't care about that. We can get it done by just doing rezonings since that's just one factor of 8 or 9 or whatever, so be it. But this is what's in front of us. And so, I'm okay, truth be told, with the comp plan amendment. But I think I saw Commissioner Carpenter when I started rambling. I saw your hand up.
Well, that was Jim Carpenter, planning commission. That was very informative rambling. I hope mine are as informative sometimes. Now, I just wanted to point out that, if these came in and they were simply rezoning requests, we probably would have already had motions and been done. The problem, and those are just recommendations by us to the decision-making bodies. Our problem and our conflict and what we've been having all this discussion about is we are co-equal with the city and county commissions on amending the code. And what Plan 2040 did was incorporated all of these other plans as part of the code, as part of Plan 2040. I mean, so we're actually, by tweaking an outdated area plan, we are amending the whole code, and we have to be careful in how we do this. I'm getting comfortable with where we are because of the location and it being right there with the city, and it's going to be annexed pretty quickly. I don't think the area north with whatever that zoning is with the super large lots is right for annexation, and I don't know that it would be desirable to actually annex those in. But this area is probably right for being whatever's not already annexed to come in, and the utilities are already there. So in anticipation of much larger development than what's being requested here tonight. So, I'm getting to the point that this is different enough from the others that I'm comfortable with going with the change to the plan. But I just want us to be very specific that it's because of where it sits, and it's small, and it's going to be in the city sooner rather than later. It's not sitting out there and causing more problems down the road. So that's what I've been trying to come up with, how we can distinguish this from the others so that we don't broadcast that we're going to start piecemeal changes to our area plans before we have the whole area plan discussed. But this one's making sense to me, that because of where it is, that this one's so minor that it makes sense to probably go ahead and do it. But I'm still uncomfortable with it.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. Just putting my 2 cents in, having absorbed the conversation here. I am on the side of being comfortable with the amendment, particularly because I won't try to re-articulate what Jeff Crick said, but for those reasons that it is part of the city. And secondly, we're not talking about a major change here. The change is the current zoning is for multi-residential development, but it doesn't allow for standalone development as I read it in the staff report. So I don't think that change is a serious departure as some of our decisions, as some of the requests in the past have been. So I am on the side of being comfortable with this amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I'm also comfortable with this because it is minor and it doesn't impact what is planned for that node. And I am ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair, if you would like.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think it's an appropriate time for that.
Okay. I move that we approve the comprehensive plan amendment to Plan 2040 and forward it to the Lawrence City Commission and Douglas County Board of Commissioners to amend Chapter 8B and the West of K10 plan to add residential uses to the list of recommended uses for a portion of the northwest quadrant of the intersection of West 6th Street and Kansas Highway 10.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. So we have a motion to approve the CPA and to forward it on to the City Commission and the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carpenter? Seconded by Commissioner Carpenter by a motion of the hand. Any other comments before we have a vote? Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I would just make the minor observation that the particular resolution before us has Luke Sinclair as both chair and vice chair. So I would suggest that that be amended to add Commissioner Ashworth as vice chair.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think that's probably a good point. Is that technical enough, Jeff, that you can just take that and make that change without having to amend motions?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Yeah, we can make that change. That's just a Scrivener's error on our part to get that corrected as part of the Planning Commission resolution associated with the comprehensive plan amendment.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Jeff, can you call the roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
No.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you much. So that leaves us with the two rezoning requests, the one for 25.4 acres from CC 600 to RS7, and then for 10.4 acres from CC 600 to open space district. Do we have any more discussion? I think we could have more discussion on those two if there needs to be. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. Yes, I just also wanted to, a couple other people have brought this up, that small area of RS7 really doesn't add a great deal to housing stock. If that is one of the reasons for doing this, is to add additional housing stock. And I imagine that the RS7 was, I don't know if that was because that's what the applicant wanted, or that was a better transition from the commercial to the surrounding land uses. Maybe staff, Mary Miller, could speak to why not RS5 or another zoning type.
Mary Miller, planner. That is the zoning that the applicant requested. And so when we look at the density that's to the north, RS7 is a pretty compatible density. RS5 could also be compatible. It would require going to the medium density rather than just to the low density. And I don't know if the applicant had given any thought to doing RS5 districts, but we do need a variety of lot sizes, you know, as we're tightening up the land division options outside the city limits. We're going to have more people looking for places to develop, and some of them will want more spacious lots. It won't be as spacious as you would get outside the city limits, but they may want the 7,000 square feet rather than the 5,000 square feet. So I think it doesn't address all of our lot inventory shortcomings. But I think it's important to try to get a variety of lot sizes when we do increase them.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Ashworth, did you have a follow-up?
No, I don't think so. I think also just another little addition is that I would imagine that RS5 would also be more affordable than RS7 if we're looking to increase more affordable housing stock.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I just have a question for the applicant. What is anticipated as the maximum lot size in this RS7 request?
Commissioner Carpenter, thanks for your question. That's more of a technical question. I wonder if Christopher Storm might have some guidance on that.
Christopher Storm, we looked at lots that were in the range of, I'm going to say 80 feet to like 100, 110, 180. So that'd be like 8,000 square feet. I mean, bigger than the minimum of 7,000, but not anything comparable to what's to the north.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I guess that was just the point I'm trying to make. You know, our zoning code is set up for lot minimum sizes, not maximum. So RS7 could be 10,000 square feet, 12,000 square feet, which would get us, you know, doesn't help much. So that's why I was asking, you know, what we're looking at is the maximum. And the same goes for RS5. A lot of RS5 is 6, 7, 8,000 square feet, which is part of what those neighborhoods are raising as issues. You know, it's not all the same. And so I'm just, when we see a request for RS7, we can think that it's going to be a certain number of houses, and it may actually be many fewer. So I guess that goes to Commissioner Shanklin's concern too, about how we're actually addressing housing issues, because we could have many fewer than what we think we're talking about.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Good thoughts. Other commissioners? Does anybody want to speak in favor or in support of the request to rezone to RS7? Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I guess I would just make a note that, you know, we call this a compatible transition between the rural residential that's there and the commercial. We did not hear from any of the rural residential residents. I imagine that there is nothing that is considered to be, you know, if you're used to having a country view, I imagine that they would not find this to be as compatible of a transition as we do, kind of looking at the bigger picture. So I'm just acknowledging that, but this is city limits, and we need more housing there than what we can provide in the county. Yes, smaller lots would be more affordable and have more houses in that area. This is what was given to us to consider, and I guess I feel that we've already gotten some housing that we did not have or might not have ended up with in the CC 600. So I don't have a real concern with it. I agree with the comments that we're hearing about, you know, affordability and the number of lots needed, that this only provides some, but that's how we solve things, is a little bit at a time. So I don't have any qualms with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Sorry, Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I think you all know where I sit on this one, but I'd just like to reiterate, in the absence of really good, clear, convincing quantitative evidence that there will be more housing produced in a meaningful way over a short period of time, I don't see how you can justify the rezoning. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Shanklin. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody else on this one? I suppose I'd be willing to entertain a motion on that rezoning request. I think also we don't have to decide on that one now. If people would rather offer comments on the one to open space, we could just do two motions in a row. Commissioner Ashworth?
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission, if you want to tackle the open space now, since I'm not hearing anything more for this one. The only comment I have on the open space is that with the language in the staff report about making it a recreational amenity, an open space amenity, as a buffer and then for the residential development, I'm hoping that one of the things that it was listed for was a detention basin. So I'm hoping those two things can be compatible in the sense that it won't be one of these corporate detention basins that is just completely devoid of vegetation and character and has a fountain in the middle of it. That it would be a detention basin that would serve also as an aesthetic amenity and recreational amenity for the area. So that's just a comment I have about the list of possibilities for that area.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Anybody else? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Question for Mr. Storm. Oh, do you have particular plans for that open space, or can you shed any light on how that might be used, and especially who would own it in the long term? I don't know if the city is taking donations of open space land for parkland or not. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I mean, there is a stormwater detention requirement. Part of that, like what we've talked about, is a lot of the commercial areas will have kind of their own separate stormwater detention basins, but this area would be mainly for the residential areas, which are the detention pond is downstream of those areas. On one of the exhibits, we actually show our original intent was that there was a kind of green space that went through the RS7 zoning to kind of buffer, and we're talking like 120 feet wide to buffer the existing stream in there. But it kind of caused, we would have had to like 4 or 5 different rezoning requests. So we just consolidated. But if you see one of the exhibits in Mary's report, kind of a shading that goes through the RS7 area, that is actually going to be a buffer area, natural buffer area with walkways, and kind of like the green belt area around the Fox Chase area, the Fred DeVictor Park.
Mr. Storm, Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Mr. Storm, to follow up about the long-term ownership, did you have anything to add about that?
There's no intent at this time to dedicate anything or transfer it to the city. The ownership would be either with the developer or a homeowners association, just depending on how that works out. But no intent that the city would take ownership at this time.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie and Mr. Storm. Do we have any other comments, or would anyone like to make a motion on either of those two rezoning requests? I mean, to the extent that we've exhausted our comments, we might as well vote. Commissioner Carter?
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'd be willing to make a motion on the open space. That's I believe that's item 5, correct? If that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I move that we recommend approval of the request to rezone approximately 10.4 acres at 7200 West 6th Street from CC 600 to the OS District based on the findings presented in the staff report, and forwarding the request to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. So we have a motion to approve the request to rezone those 10.4 acres to open space district. Do we have a second? Commissioner Ashworth, thank you. Seconded by hand motion. Jeff, could you read the roll on? Oh, sorry. Let me take that back. Looks like maybe I was just assuming once that there was going to be no comments. Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. This is a procedural question. I just want to make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse and approving the open space rezoning. If it's possible that we would be denying the rezoning to RS7. I just don't want to do something that's, at least for me, would be disingenuous. I love open space and I would vote in favor of that, but I would much prefer, we remain the CC 600. So that's just my comment. I don't know if there's if anybody else feels that we might be putting ourselves in a bind with respect to the subsequent motion or not.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. Commissioner Carter, did you have a thought on that?
David Carter, Commissioner, I would just make the observation. I'll be happy to make a motion on the RS7 as well after this. I respect Commissioner Shanklin's observation. I think it's at the chair's discretion. We take it in whatever order we do. But I think we've already approved the comprehensive plan amendment. I think all three of these things go in order. We've already made a motion, had a second. If I'm not mistaken, we'd have to retract those in order to go back and make a motion on item 4 first. But if there's a consensus that that's the way we ought to do, I'd be happy to retract my motion and make a motion on item 4 instead.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I would say, I think it's a good question, a good order type question. If for some reason we approved open space, that rezoning request, and then recommended denial of the other one, in some respects, unless there is a problem with doing it in this order, and maybe Jeff could chime in on that, that may be something that would resolve itself somehow at the city commission level. So I wouldn't go on to say that I know what's going to happen with the RS7 rezoning, but I guess the question I would ask is, Jeff, do you see that there is an actual problem with the order in this fashion?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I don't see a problem necessarily with the order. What I would say is probably the preference would be to follow the order of the agenda, but there's nothing that would say you couldn't consider, since you are taking the three portions of this item up in the same discussion.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie, what do you think?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. First, I don't mind the open space along that creek, whatever happens with the RS7. So I don't have a problem with the order. I actually had a question for Mary about open space in general. So modifications within the open space zoning, like if a detention pond needed to be built there, is that all just administratively approved? How much modification can be done within an open space, and is there a public process around that?
Mary Miller, planner. Once the rezoning is finalized, the next step would be to plat the property. So you would see a preliminary plat, and it should show the areas that are being proposed as a drainage detention pond. Once that is approved, then there is not a site plan component for the drainage area. They determine the shape usually by their drainage study. The applicant submits that and the city stormwater engineer reviews it. And so you'll see most of that on the plat.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks, Mary. So I'm not hearing anybody really jump to wanting to do, retract this particular motion and go with number 4 first. So does anybody else have anything they want to add before we vote on that one? I don't think so. So Jeff, do you think you could call the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Since I'm going to vote against the RS7, I'm compelled to vote no on this one.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Would anyone like to make a motion on the other one? Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Commissioner. Just before I do that, I'd just like to kind of piggyback on something Commissioner Willie said earlier. I respect what Commissioner Shanklin has said from the standpoint of, the ideal configuration here, which we don't really know, but this is the request before us, and I'm satisfied with it, and so I would like to make a motion to recommend approval of the request to rezone approximately 25.4 acres at 7200 West 6th Street from CC 600 to the RS7 district based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding to the request to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. So we have a motion to approve the request to rezone and forward it with recommendation for approval to the City Commission. Do we have a second? Commissioner Willie, seconded by hand motion. Thank you. Any comments or questions or anything before we vote? Don't see any. Jeff, can you read the roll, please?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
No.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you to the applicant and to everybody for hanging in there with that one. That brings us then to our next set of items. Numbers 6 and 7. I paused just to make sure that no one was going to ask for a break. So these will be taken together as well. The first is to consider approving a request to rezone Z 21-006265, approximately 0.37 acres located at 801 Pennsylvania Street from CSUC, which is Commercial Strip with 8th and Pennsylvania Urban Conservation Overlay District, to CSUC, which is Commercial Strip with 8th and Pennsylvania Urban Conservation Overlay District with some revised conditions. And then the other one, which is listed as item number 7, is to consider approving a special use permit, SUP 21-00266, for the development of a bar or lounge use as part of a work-live unit at 801 Pennsylvania Street. And we have for this item also Mary Miller.
And thank you, Mary Miller, planner, and I will get my screen up. As you mentioned, this is a two-part item. We have a rezoning request, and we also have a special use permit request for the property at 801 Pennsylvania. This graphic is from the staff report. It shows the zoning and the zoning changes of this block of the 8th and 10 district. The 8th and Penn Neighborhood Redevelopment Zone District was created in 2006. It was part of a kind of a master plan to develop this area. And this block is the more historical block in the area. It had the historical buildings. And in 2006, all the properties were zoned to the Urban Conservation Overlay District. At that time, also, several properties were zoned to the CS Base District. And the ones that are hatched, that are clear, that'd be 1 and 4. These were zoned at that time. And also the one with the Polar Building that's now zoned RM32. These are all zoned in 2006. And that zoning had a set of conditions restricting uses. One of the uses it restricted was the bar use, unless at least 55% of the total receipts were from the sale of food. And then we had in 2015, we had a rezoning for the property at 804 Pennsylvania, which is now the Bon Bon restaurant. And that rezoning sought to change those conditions. And it was very similar to this request. It wanted to allow a bar use when approved with a special use permit. And so that was approved. A special use permit application was submitted. It came to the Planning Commission. It was forwarded on to the City Commission with recommendation for approval. The City Commission had concerns and they voted to return it back to the Planning Commission. There were only 4 city commissioners at the meeting, so it was a 2-2 vote. And therefore the applicant was told they could take it back to the City Commission if they wanted a majority vote. And they instead decided to just withdraw the application. So the special use permit was not approved. The properties in the southwest corner are zoned IG, and that's what primarily most of this block was prior to the rezonings for this district. The area marked as number 3, which is the subject. It's not the subject, I'm sorry, but item number 3 was zoned IG until 2019. It contained 4 lots, and these lots were combined with the lot to the north to create 801 Pennsylvania in preparation for an affordable housing development. And at that time, the property on the south side, they were rezoned so that we didn't have split zoning on the property. It was rezoned to CSUC, but the conditions in the rezoning ordinance were the same as those for the Bon Bon, which allows the bar use when approved of the special use permit. And so we did end up with split zoning on the subject property. The northern portion, they're the same, except the northern portion can only have a bar if 55% of the sales are from food. And the southern portion has both options. They can have the 55% food sales, or they can go through the special use permit process to get approval of a special use permit. And so with this rezoning request, we would just be getting uniform conditions over the entire lot. The golden factors were discussed in the staff report, and as the base zoning is not being revised, the CS zoning is staying the same. We're just revising the conditions. The golden factors are looking primarily at that condition. Adding the requirement to get a special use permit to allow a bar use does not significantly change the zoning, because the special use permit process is the same process as a rezoning. It would come to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. It would go to the City Commission for action. It would be adopted with the ordinance and would have the same protest petition measures. So you haven't actually allowed the use, you just allowed it with a process that perhaps would allow the use. And so staff is recommending approval of this rezoning request to change the conditions that would allow a bar or lounge use on the north portion of the lot when approved of the special use permit, and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval in order to provide uniform zoning throughout the overall lot. And the second portion of this item is the special use permit for that bar or lounge use. And the applicant provided a use narrative, which was included as an attachment to the staff report, in which he explained his business plan and his business model. The focus of the use would be wine education. The use is called the East Lawrence Wine Academy. So there'd be a lot of classes, wine education. He would work with individuals, also with chefs. And so the primary focus would be education. However, walk-in traffic would be possible. He noted in that his use being a work-live unit is rather small, so he doesn't have the space to install a commercial kitchen so that they can meet the 55% food sales. And based on that, he asked if we could revise the condition so it would match the southern portion and allow it with a special use permit. The use is being proposed in Suite 10, which is the northernmost suite of the building. That's being constructed on 801 Pennsylvania. It's commonly called Penn Street Lofts. It's in this corner. And it is in close proximity to residential zoning. We have RM12D to the west. And also the property itself is being developed with multi-dwellings. It'll have live-work units along the ground floor next to it. Above it will be just apartments. And therefore, it's important to apply conditions to ensure that if it is permitted, that the intensity of the activity does not negatively affect these nearby residences. This graphic shows the layout of 801 Penn as it's in construction. We don't have an aerial showing the building, but this shows the layout. The building will be in the northeast corner. It'll have a parking area on the south and the west, and there's some landscaping to the west. And then the area highlighted in yellow is the suite where this use is being proposed. When the application was submitted, the applicant thought they may use the patio as a hospitality area. Since then, he's mentioned it may be too small, so that's still up in the air. But one of the conditions of approval is that if they do use this patio for a hospitality area or sidewalk dining, they would have to get a new license for the use of the right-of-way. Right now, the property has a license for the use of the right-of-way, but only as a patio. And so it would just have to go through that process again and revise that license or get a new license. And I guess I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but one of the things, the review criteria, I've mentioned, the special use permit has the same process as a rezoning, but the review criteria are different. And so one of the questions it asks are, does the proposed use comply with all provisions of the Land Development Code? And since it's in this 8th and Penn district, the 8th and Penn Neighborhood Redevelopment Zone Design Guidelines are the governing body. It has the standards that apply. Where those are silent, then the standards in the Land Development Code apply. The use is compliant with the standards. The standards require 1 parking space for a work-live unit. However, with the use that's being proposed, this bar lounge use, it would have more attendance than we would normally expect with a work-live unit. Maximum attendance would be 23. And so additional parking should be provided. And that was noted in the staff report that an additional set of parking spaces. And when I say provided, that's a little bit misleading because the district utilizes shared parking overall, and it currently has an excess of parking. So additional parking would be allocated or noted that it would be used. And but there's no parking spaces that would be identified for this particular use. We just want to make sure that the district overall has the parking necessary to support all the uses within it. And so even though I say adding parking, it's not necessary to actually physically add parking to the site. And then we look at whether the proposed use is compatible with adjacent uses in terms of scale, site design, operating characteristics, which includes hours of operation, traffic generation, lighting, noise, odor, and other external impacts. And a bar use is considered very intense, usually due to the level of activity, the high turnover of visitors, and the late hours. And the applicant proposed a list of conditions to minimize any negative impacts. These were provided in his use narrative. He did provide a list of hours, very limited hours, but then he noted that there would be exceptions. And so when we developed the hours, the idea was to provide a predictable set of hours without exceptions. These would be the hours. It provides predictability for neighbors, and it makes enforcement much easier. So in white are the recommendations in the staff report. Monday and Tuesdays from noon to 9 p.m., Friday and Saturday, noon to 11, and then Sunday, noon to 9 p.m. again. This is based on the information in the narrative. But the applicant contacted us recently and noted they would like to also operate on Wednesday and Thursday. They had omitted it from their narrative, but they didn't mean that they would not operate at all on those days. So we're suggesting the revision, and this will be noted when we get back to the recommendation, but that the hours be extended from Monday through Thursday from noon to 9 p.m. As long as at that early cutoff time, the additional days should not negatively impact the neighbors. Based on the narrative provided, the occupancy would be limited to no more than 23 people. When the building permit is applied for, the fire code official reviews it and he sets an occupancy. It's possible it could be less than this based on the layout of the building, but this would be the maximum that would be allowed. A condition which the applicant suggested, no amplified or live outdoor music. So if they do use the patio, there won't be late music out there. There won't be the noise to disturb the neighbors. And the operator will reside in the work-live unit. That's technically a requirement of the work-live unit, but we're tying that to this special use permit as well. And the applicant did meet with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and I believe that's where some of these conditions came from. They talked about the conditions back and forth. And the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association contacted the planning office and suggested some additional conditions. We did not incorporate all of them into this, our recommendation, but we did incorporate their suggestion that the operator should meet with East Lawrence Neighborhood Association annually to discuss the use. And then the results will be provided to the planning office. And so we'll be keeping abreast if there's any issues arising. Some of the conditions that were proposed that we did not incorporate, that no sports or TVs be permitted in the facility. And as long as it's within the work-live unit, I don't think this would have an impact on adjacent properties. There were limits on the type of alcohol to be sold. In the use narrative, the applicant described or listed the types of alcohol that they intend to use. And the neighborhood association suggested that just draft beer be prohibited. And we did not place that. I mean, if it's a bar use, I don't know that different types of alcohol would have an impact on neighbors. And it could be an enforcement issue that could be added if the commission thought it was appropriate. But these are the ones that we just didn't feel met that need. It didn't meet the test of, is this something that would actually minimize the impact? Live music within the venue to be limited to acoustic classical music. I'm afraid I focused on classical music. It may not be a bad idea to limit live music to acoustic music. It's a very small area, relatively small. So, but we did not incorporate that condition. The neighborhood suggested a 3-year limit on the special use permit. So every 3 years it expires and they submit a new application. We go through the process. However, the city operates on a complaint basis. So if people call in with complaints, our code enforcement officers visit it and they bring it back into compliance. And there is also a revocation clause in the special use permit. So if you're violating your conditions, it can be revoked. So we did not include this 3-year limit based on the thought that the conditions were adequate, that it would not negatively impact the neighboring properties. Tying the special use permit to the specific applicant. Usually these land use decisions are tied to the land and not to the person. So we did not tie the special use permit to the applicant. We did require that the operator would live in the work-live unit, regardless of who the operator is. And then the annual compliance review by the planning office, we did not incorporate that. And as I mentioned, we do have code enforcement officers that respond to complaints, and there is a revocation process. And with the annual meetings, if the operator is meeting with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, we get the results of those meetings. If there's issues, then we can look into those at that time. And so staff's recommendation is to approve special use permit 21-002666 for the East Lawrence Wine Academy, a bar or lounge use at 801 Penn in Suite 10, a work-live unit, based on the findings in the staff report and subject to the conditions in the report, with that revision to extend the weekday hours to include Wednesday and Thursday, and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval. And I know the applicant is present today, and I'd be happy to answer questions if you have any for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Who do we have for the applicant? Mr. Watkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Sinclair, and thank you to the Planning Commission as a whole for your time. I know it's already 9:30 tonight, so we'll try and make this very brief. Appreciate Mary's work to put together the staff report and be very thorough in that. I have some comments about sort of the process that we've been through, some of the technical aspects of these two requests. But before I bore you with that, I'll have Mr. Kirkendall, who was here with me, describe his concept to you all so you can hear it directly from him. I'll let him enchant you now, and then we'll come back if that's all right, and I'll close with my remarks. Michael, you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Patrick. Commissioners, thank you all. And again, thank you, Mary, for your work with the plan and the proposal. I really appreciate your help. So my name is Michael Kirkendall. I am actually a concert pianist and professor of piano at KU. And for the last 12 or 14 years, I've had a side interest in the field of wine and wine education, doing wine tours in Italy as part of music programs that I work at. Over the last 2 years, I've developed a side business hosting wine education classes in Eudora. And as my wife and I work to spread our interests into Lawrence and move our lives into Lawrence, we were trying to find a place to begin this as a larger, more official business proposition. And by larger, what we really mean is we want to be able to invite people basically into our living room and offer wine classes on a legal basis where we're serving wine in a way that is approved by law, and be able to talk about this because, as you know, the liquor laws in Kansas and Lawrence forbid me from inviting people to the house and charging them for a tasting where I offer educational guidance on the process, the history, and the stories of something that I'm very interested in. So I'm not interested in running a restaurant. I'm not interested in running a bar. I really do value education. And for me, education in wine is just as important as education in the arts and other things. I find people find it very interesting. It's a wonderful way to be out. And it's something that is very dear to my own experiences in life and something I like to share. And so for my wife and I, having 20 people in our house on an evening to share glasses of wine and talk about the stories of the people that make it is a very exciting proposition and a way to make a business on the side. The concerns about liquor and bars are things that I'm very aware of. And from my perspective, what I've tried to construct is a model of operation that's very low impact and provides very little risk and concern to the neighbors in terms of creating an environment that is overly ripe with alcohol and addiction and the negative side effects of large bar populations. As I know, the downtown liquor laws were established to eliminate the traditional college bar atmosphere. I view this as a place that people come and sit and communicate and learn even as they have a glass or two of wine. The bulk of the business is based on doing classes, weekly classes, tastings covering various regions in the world. But in order to run a successful business and actually make the revenue that is needed to support the rent of the space, I do require having some walk-in tasting hours, which is why I need to be able to offer wine by the glass for people to come in and just sit when a class is not being offered. And so the hours that were requested, the 12 to 9 during the week, 12 to 11 on the weekend, those are very extreme hour ranges for what my concept is. In truth, it will be something around on Mondays and Tuesdays, the idea is 7 to 9 for classes. Other evenings would be from about 4 p.m. until the closing times of 9 or 11 on the other days. The flexibility of Wednesday and Thursday being added to that was simply to adjust whether I am able to offer a class or a tasting on a different night of the week. And I didn't want to be restricted from hosting that on a Wednesday or Thursday if for some reason a Monday or Tuesday in a given week wouldn't work because of any number of conflicts that arise in scheduling. So that was the reason for the request to extend and add those 2 days to that set of hours. I'm free to answer any questions that you might have about the project. It's something that we've been very excited about for a long time, and am just very excited to try to make this side project into something that can be a sustainable business operation for my wife and I. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So I'll comment quickly on the process and the request here. So it's really a two-part application, as Mary mentioned. The first is a zoning. And it's a little bit unfortunate for Mr. Kirkendall because I find this rezoning to be more of a technical and administrative request. This property was just rezoned. It was rezoned in 2020 with the applications for Penn Street lofts. You all probably remember this application in part because of the dynamic aspects that the work-live units presented. It was a topic of discussion before your board and the city commission. I know there was some excitement about that. Before I dive in too deep, but I want to say that this type of use is exactly what was contemplated. It's a local user. It's a small business that's trying to grow. It's someone that's interested in the arts, culinary arts, culture, travel, that's willing to work on the side. And that's what the work-live units were really designed for. But to get back to the technical aspect of this, rezoning it last year, it comes as a bit of a surprise to the property owner, but also to me as the land use attorney for the property owner, that we have two different technical zoning conditions in the same building. With this request, we're just asking for the right to have an SUP, which is allowed on the north half of the building, the south half of the building. And so I find this to be really correcting the request and the application that you all approved previously, which allows there to be alcohol use if 55% rule is followed or an SUP is approved. That condition apparently doesn't apply to the north half of the building, and Mr. Kirkendall has the burden of correcting that. As Mary mentioned, from a substantive point of view, the special use permit is very high up the scale in terms of regulation. It's just like a rezoning. So I don't find the technical aspect or request of adding an SUP for alcohol use to be especially burdensome. The real concern, I think, as Mary sort of implied, is that you'll have to regulate it. And we have to be cautious about what sort of regulations are placed on these, because at some level, somebody's going to be overseeing these. And if there's unenforceable or difficult to enforce regulations, you might be in a difficult spot to enforce them. But overall, adding an SUP to the conditions to allow alcohol use is something that's allowed on the other half of the building, and is over-regulation in my opinion. But Mr. Kirkendall's okay with it, and we were okay with it. Property owner, I should say, was okay with it for the other half of the building. And so I won't belabor that point. But that's the first aspect of this application, is that we have this rezoning, and it's sort of technical in nature. The second aspect is that if approved, if the rezoning is approved, the special use permit is the second aspect. And we tried to do that process right. We tried to run out every grounder. We met with the planning staff at a pre-application meeting. We offered up a number of conditions and this concept narrative that we used to really craft some reasonable restrictions. We reached out to Elma, attended their meeting, had a number of interactions with their board members. We reached out to stakeholders within the district, and we crafted what I think are very reasonable regulations and restrictions to be applied under this special use permit. We understand that there's a request by the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association with regard to a couple of restrictions that I think Michael is perfectly fine with. I think from a policy standpoint, the staff has good reasons to make their decisions. And if you are to consider changing any of these conditions, my recommendation is to check with staff on their rationale for whether or not to implement them and weigh that in the process. But from a practical matter, I don't think Mr. Kirkendall or myself has any real concern about adding any of these restrictions. I think another sort of unfortunate aspect for Mr. Kirkendall is that the closest use designation for a wine academy is a bar or nightclub or lounge. As you can hear from Mr. Kirkendall, this is not a bar. He's going to be limited in a number of ways. He'll have limited offerings. He'll have limited hours. He'll have limitations on music. He'll have a requirement that he meet with the neighbors, which I think he's committed to doing whether or not it's there. And he's required to live in the unit. I think there's a lot to be excited about. This is the first work-live application that the owners received. I think it's a great fit for the neighborhood. I should note that I don't think you'll see any other alcohol related requests come up with this building. You can see from the outline that Mary showed in that aerial, this is the only double that's available. The occupancy has a maximum of 23 people. I just don't see any significant retail or service operations that are going to be able to really profit off of the alcohol in the same way. So I would keep that in mind, that I don't find there to be a slippery slope with this particular application at Penn Street Lofts. We are available to answer any questions. We've worked diligently to address questions of the neighborhood, of the staff. I'm excited for Michael. I happen to be an East Lawrence resident, and I think this makes a great fit.
Patrick, I'm sorry, I'll just add really quickly on your comment about other potential spaces in this development that might be able to serve alcohol. And it's a true statement that there will not be any. I had to install a $4,000 separate hand sink into the designs at the last minute in order just to be able to do this per Kansas Health Code. And so none of the other units will have that separate sink to be able to do any food or beverage service in the building at all without a massive charge. And so that has been taken care of and done for health regulations. And so that is should not be a concern throughout the rest of the units as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkendall and Mr. Watkins. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Now's the time for public comment. If there are individuals in the hearing room or on the Zoom call that want to make comments, please raise your hand or step to the podium, and you have 3 minutes for your comments. I'm already seeing one hand raised. Mr. Shalinski.
Thank you. My name is Barry Shalinski, 645 Connecticut Street. I'm the president of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. I'd like to express appreciation to Mr. Kirkendall and Mr. Watkins for the manner in which they have dealt with our association, listened to our concerns. We have no problem at all and are excited about the proposal that is being presented. The problem is with the conditions. If the conditions run with the land in perpetuity rather than with the applicant, they do permit an open bar operating for several hours every day. Mr. Kirkendall himself proposed the conditions that it be a 3-year SUP with the possibility of renewal, and the condition that it be non-transferable. He has no problem with this. The neighborhood feels like these are really, really necessary protections because we don't know what the next operator might have in mind. And so we urge the Planning Commission to reinstate these conditions that were proposed by the applicant, that you heard him say today that he had no problem agreeing to, and that the neighborhood association regards as critical. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Shalinski. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think probably everyone on the commission also received the letter that you sent. So we have that as well, although it didn't make it into the packet. Are there any other public comments?
Kyle Kobe with planning. There's nobody in the room to speak on this item, and I don't see any other hands going up on Zoom.
Very well. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you for that. Mr. Watkins, you all have 5 minutes to offer responses to public comment. We've only had one commenter, but you're welcome to respond to him as you see fit.
Yeah, my comment is that I think Mary has probably some rationale under which, she has vetted these conditions, and you might check with the planning staff on, why their staff report says what it does with regard to the concerns from Elna. I'll let Michael, comment on whether he finds them to be acceptable, but we're sort of stuck in the middle a little bit on that. And I think it probably merits y'all's consideration in consultation with staff.
From my perspective, Barry, I appreciate the work that Elna's done and the cooperation and communication along the way. I have no objection to these issues personally. My only concerns going forward are the costs of a continual application process over time. And so the one thing that I talked with Barry was extending it to 3 years at the end of my current lease. If I were to renew the lease, to renew the permit at that time seemed acceptable to me. But if the planners and the commission feel like that's a burden on them, again, I echo Patrick that I would welcome Mary's thoughts on their opinion about that.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins, Mr. Kirkendall. I guess we'll bring it back then to the commission, and maybe Mary, would you be able to comment on some of those things, particularly with respect to the length of the SUP?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes. If you want to bring the application back and review it and see if it should be continued, but to have the actual application expire, then the applicant needs to be sure they have to submit a new application prior to the expiration date. And we have to go through this entire review process every 3 years. And if we put appropriate conditions on the use, then it doesn't seem necessary. So maybe tighter conditions are necessary. I'd rather see tighter conditions rather than us putting in a revolving door of an SUP review. It's totally acceptable if the commission wants to do that. We can put a very short timeline on this use, and we can review or have them do a new application every 3 years. But perhaps it might be more appropriate just to have the special use permit not exactly expire, but it could expire with an extension possible. But then the city commission is one that would extend, provide extensions. But at that point, we could look at it, see if there are any issues, take it directly to the city commission and ask for an extension, which would be much less process. I don't want to get too process heavy. But that's how we extend other approvals that we have. So that might be a route to take that would provide that 3-year review without actually having the whole special use permit become invalid and have to do a whole new ordinance and go through the whole process. So I would think that would be reasonable. And what was the other question? I don't remember the other item you wanted me to look into. There was the one about the 3-year extension. And tying it to the person, is that the other one?
Yeah.
That's not typically done. I know when we have done quarries, we've always said it's very important to have an operator. So if there's going to be a change in operator, the CUP has to be reevaluated so we can check and see that the operator is, responsible enough to operate the quarry. And I suppose this would be a similar use. We could say if there's a change in operator, the special use permit has to be reevaluated. And then, and Jeff might weigh in on this, perhaps tying it to a person. We just try not to tie our land use approvals specifically to specific people, rather than we tie them to the land.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Mary is correct. I can't think of an instance where a special use permit or a conditional use permit could be tied to a specific person. It's typically tied to the use itself. I will note that in your in the land development code, you were talking about the items there. Special use permits can expire at the conclusion of a specific time period stated in the permit. So if it is set to expire in 3 years, it would just expire in 3 years, and that would require the applicant to begin the process all over again, going before the Planning Commission and the City Commission for 2 hearings. So there's not really a extension in the code that would allow it to occur. It would just expire, and then if the use was to continue, it would have to reapply.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mary. Commissioner Carter. You have a thought?
Thank you, David Carr, Planning Commissioner. As an alternative, Mary, could I ask you to talk about, if conditions are not met, what are the procedures for revoking a special use permit or a conditional use permit?
If the conditions are not met, the first step is that the code enforcement officers visit the site. Sometimes the operator isn't aware that what they're doing isn't compliant with the conditions, or sometimes there's an easy fix to bring them into compliance, so they work with them. If that doesn't work, the special use permit can be taken back to the city commission, and they can, I don't have my code open in front of me, but they can revoke it or they can make changes. They could alter the conditions. And so they have that capability to make changes at that time, but only if the conditions are not being met.
Thank you. David Carter, Planning Commissioner. Just so this gets back to your point, if I can presume to interpret what you were saying earlier. From your perspective, it's preferable to have really well-defined conditions that can only be met under the circumstances that the applicant is laying out, so that the neighbor's concerns about having an open would not be possible. You might have someone who could also have an educational wine tasting experience that wouldn't be this particular applicant, but they would have to perform within the bounds of the very strictly defined conditions. Is that fair?
Yes, Mary Miller, planner. Yes, that is fair. I don't know that our conditions actually limit this to an educational.
Sure, I'm forgive me. I'm being.
That would be one condition. You could say
yes.
it would be predominantly educational. That might be difficult to enforce, but it would kind of show the intent. And perhaps if you wanted to do an extend or an expiration date so that it would be reevaluated, perhaps it could be a longer period, every 10 years. So that way it's not for perpetuity, but then it's not so often that we're just continually re-reviewing it, or every 5 years,
Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Do any other commissioners have thoughts on that particular topic or other questions or comments? Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. In most cases, I like to see, if we're talking about a business, having them have some time before they have to reapply. Less than 5 years seems like a very like a hardship to a business. There are plenty of conditions I think that we're putting in place that I think could stand in as protections for the neighborhood, but I would be very sad to go sooner than 5 years on a renewal.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other thoughts? Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'm just musing as we head into this conversation. It seems like we're talking about like 3 distinct categories of alternatives. One is how we define the term. The second is how we define the specific restrictions. And the third is this possibility of what Mary raised with respect to quarries, that if there's a change in operator, then it has to be revisited. I have no idea which is preferable, and I'm wondering as I almost see us at the top of this slide, getting down into an unstoppable process where we're just kicking around these ideas, and I'm not sure what precautions we should take before taking the leap. And so, I don't know. I would just maybe like to ask staff. Between those I'd maybe just kick this back to Mary. I know, Mary, you were talking about your preferences, but between those 3, what's your professional judgment about what seems most feasible, most effective?
Mary Miller, planner. I think a 10-year expiration might be the better way to go. If the operator changes in that time frame, then when it comes up for the new SUP, then complaints that have been raised would be evaluated. The neighborhood would be able to make comments to the commission again, rather than tying it to the person themselves. And really explicit conditions, sometimes they seem great, but when you make them and you show them to the code enforcement officers, they're kind of confused as how are they going to enforce that. So I kind of think a 10-year limitation might be the best way, but Jeff could weigh in. He may have a better idea.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I tend to agree with Mary on that item there. It's usually if you're talking with special uses or conditional uses, the time limitation is a very important aspect of it, not just with the conditions itself. The balancing act, I think, is what Commissioner Willie was referencing, is that sometimes too short and the applicant has not had time to go through proof of concept to make sure that it works, or give it its due diligence before they're expired and having to then reconsider it again. And just to be clear, the reconsideration process is new. It doesn't look back at what has occurred necessarily. It's all back on the table once again. And then there is the other portion of that is, the indefinite one, which does run with the land and go on for quite a number of years beyond that time. So it can be a bit of a balancing act. My experience with special use permits, it's really the conditions that you evaluate and apply to the special use or the critical item, because that does kind of give you a parameter sense of the use and its scope, but also some of the limitations that you could see in time potentially. So if, in 10 years time, if we reevaluate a special use permit and some of the conditions need to change or evolve based on what we're seeing in the economics or the market conditions, that's an opportunity to make those changes at the same time. So that's kind of my thoughts on those fronts.
Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
I would be happy to see a 10-year timeframe for the SUP. I also had a different topic I wanted to bring up, and that was the condition about meeting with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association once a year, which I don't have a problem with that. What I would like to see, though, is some phrasing that says, that puts the onus on East Lawrence Neighborhood Association to make an invitation, as opposed to, if there by any chance they just couldn't get him on the books for that year, that he would be out of compliance. So 12 months is actually a pretty small time frame to, and talk about neighborhood meetings. They don't happen all the time, and they have other things they need to talk about. I would just like to see that somehow that was written that they need to comply with a request from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association once a year or so.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks, Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Larkin in connection with Commissioner Willie's recent comment. Andy, are you there? Do we have legal precedent for the involvement of third parties in the administration of special use?
I do not know whether we do or not. I do have concerns about in an SUP that governs this property where we're directing a third party to do something that the SUP is based upon. I don't know that we have ever done that before, and I've not had a situation where a third party that I'm aware of where a third party was involved in the SUP. I don't really have a problem with directing the, whatever, but anyway, that's my understanding. That's my experience.
I ask because as I read this on its face, it appeared to be an impermissible delegation of home rule authority. And I just wondered if we had a precedent for that. Moreover, ELNA is not a legally cognizable entity. And for them to conduct activities that are, let's say, just in contrast to their charitable educational purpose, might put their 501c3 status at risk. So I just wonder if we thought through all those things. I'm not trying to give legal advice here, but it seems to me to be a more complicated process involving third parties who you can't really bind to anything because they are a member association. They don't really exist for legal purposes except for their tax status.
That is true. They are just basically an association.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Ashworth, I see your hand up.
Chair Ashworth, Planning Commission. I just want to also express I had the same concerns as Commissioner Shanklin. I certainly can't speak to the legal issues that he brought up, but I was concerned. I've never seen that before and wondered if there was any history of permitting that type of arrangement between the neighborhood association and an applicant. And that did concern me. The other comment I might have is that, as I understand it, with the SUP, I mean, with the SUP being tied to the land use, I mean, it's also the conditions that are tied to land use. So should this operator move on and the special use permit stay with the land use, it would also be under these same conditions, which for the most part, the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association has agreed with. So that's just my observation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Mary, did you have a response about any other examples of similar types of conditions?
Yes, thanks. Mary Miller, planner. I don't know about the legality. I just know that when we brought the DARE Center to the commission, it was on 15th in Kentucky, I think, and they wanted to have a drop-in center for the afternoon, so they did a special use permit, and the neighbors were very concerned about these people being in their neighborhood. And so this was not a staff recommended condition, but it was placed on it either by the city commission or the planning commission. I don't know who placed it, but they have to meet with the neighborhood every year and discuss how things are going. And I don't know if the shelter itself has a condition like that. So that's what I was basing that on. Just, we have done it in the past. I don't know if it should be done. And, but that was just the precedent that I was looking at. We've done it in the past when there were uses that we thought might be impactful. So it's more of a neighborhood meeting, and I don't know if we should call it a neighborhood meeting instead of ELNA. I don't know. That would be maybe a Randy question.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Yeah, the homeless shelter does have a requirement to meet with adjoining neighbors, and they were actually called on that at least once by the city commissioner by not having that meeting. So there are precedents for having these. I don't know if the homeless shelter has an SUP, but they do have a requirement to meet with neighbors. And also, I would just point out the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association meets every month without fail. So it's not like a lot of the other neighborhoods that are hit or miss and crisis driven. They're one of the few that actually have regular meetings on the same basic, Monday, first or second Monday of every month.
Thanks, Commissioner Carpenter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Yes, the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association does meet regularly and has existed a long time, but that's not to say that they'll still be meeting regularly in 10 years. It's very specific. I mean, if East Lawrence Neighborhood Association doesn't put them on the agenda for more than 12 months, they would be out of compliance. They could do that on purpose if they wanted to force a non-compliance. Maybe the idea of just meeting with neighbors, which an easy way to do that would be through ELNA. Maybe that's a better phrasing. I'm just concerned that it'd be easy for it to go 13 months. It'd be easy for things to fall through the cracks if there are no concerns that bring it to the attention of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. It'd be easy to forget to schedule it. So that's my concern.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. I would really be curious to know that, Mary, did the drop-in center, I seem to recall that coming in front of the Planning Commission. I mean, was that a special use permit, the DARE?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes, that's a special use permit, and the homeless shelter is too.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. And I have concerns about having this sort of condition in here. I think concerns, I echo, or I'm sensitive and I kind of agree with the concerns that Commissioner Willie is raising about the specificity of this. But I also, it just feels like having this type of condition in an SUP is a little different than some of the other ones, which are specific to how the property is being used. And it's something that, while admirable, I think everybody on the commission is in favor of people meeting with and communicating with their neighbors, businesses, doing that with neighborhoods. It's also it's something that I think it's trying to maybe get ahead of there being compliance issues and calls, but the enforcement mechanism is there to handle those already. And so I have I guess it's twofold. It seems like maybe it's a little duplicative as a requirement. The applicant's going to have to meet all these conditions, and if he doesn't, neighbors can go through the reporting process and the enforcement process, and maybe if it's really bad, move on to revocation. But then he also is going to be required to meet with neighbors to try to talk about those things. So that's kind of, I don't know that I really like that condition as part of the special use permit. And so I guess I would sort of fall on the side of taking it out completely. Not as an indication that I don't like cooperation, but just it feels like it's a little outside of sort of keeping or listing out conditions related to the use itself. But if we're going to keep it, I agree that it would need to be more generalized for sure.
Yeah, if I can, I think maybe the 10-year expiration date kind of takes away the need. That was kind of a way to monitor it. But if we have a 10-year expiration date, it may not be so important to do those. I think maybe deleting it is a good idea.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any commissioners? The whole discussion doesn't have to be about that one condition, but it seems to me that Mary's right, that if we do a decade term on this, that's going to address a lot of the issues. I'd be okay with a 10-year term and removing, condition 2C. But if people feel like strongly that we ought to be including that, whatever, I'm open to discussion. Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I would favor that approach. I think it makes it simpler. It doesn't stop code enforcement. It certainly doesn't stop, neighbors from dropping in and, having conversations with Mr. Kirkendall. But it does get them out of the administration of the SUP.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I'm in favor of striking the condition or modifying it to make it more general. See, I had another thought, and it's getting late, so I guess I'll pause there.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Mr. Watkins, I've seen you raise your hand a couple times. Is there something good for the good of the order?
One way to modify that language is just to say that the applicant is encouraged to meet with the neighborhood association annually. That way you take sort of the enforcement mechanism. I think we're willing to commit publicly that we'll go out there and meet with Elma annually. I know Michael's up for that. So that public sort of commitment makes a difference and gives you the sort of authority you need to remove it. We're okay with that too. I would also add that the assignability concern, I want to just keep in mind that the limitations on this business concept are pretty broad and severe. I don't think Michael Kirkendall is going to be able to go out and find another Michael Kirkendall to run a wine academy in 1,000 square feet. I just don't see it happening. He's living in this space. He's making massive accommodations, and his livelihood is at sort of stake here because he wants to move in here within a month. So we were willing to make any accommodation possible. And so we totally respect the dialogue. I just wanted to throw those out there just because, I want to see this pass. And I think this is a healthy discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
And Willie, Planning Commissioner. And I do encourage Mr. Kirkendall to continue to meet with the neighborhood. I'm very encouraged that he has, and that that's gone well, and that the neighborhood has had a chance to address concerns, and that he's been very open to that. I also think that encouraged is not something that the city can enforce or monitor. And so I'm not sure it's where it was. I like the intent of that. I don't think it's something that's worth putting in our conditions if we can't monitor it. So I think it does need to be stricken as a condition. It's possible the city commission will reinstate it, but I think that's the position that I'm coming from. If there is more discussion on that, we could keep up. Otherwise, I have another condition to move to, Mr. Chair.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think we could probably move on to the other condition.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. One of the conditions was no TV in the facility. This is a live-work unit. Is Mr. Kirkendall really committing to not owning or using a TV within his home?
I think the phrasing on that was incorrect, and it was actually one of the conditions that was not met. The intention of the phrasing was that there would be no live sports broadcast during business hours. That was the intention of that, because there will be a TV. It will be used for presentations, and when I'm sitting in my own living room, I will obviously be watching television.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. So is that a condition that did not make it to the final?
That is a condition that the planners that Mary struck from the original proposal. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Do any other commissioners have any concerns with any conditions or Commissioner Carpenter?
I'm Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I don't have any concerns with the conditions. I think we've been over all those, but I do have a question about Mr. Kirkendall moves out of his live work unit, and we have an SUP tied to that unit. How long does that SUP survive without being used under these given conditions before it becomes null and void? I guess that's a question to staff.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. If the special use permit has a time limitation on it, it would expire at the end of that limitation. Otherwise, it would be there kind of running with the land for the endurance of the item there. Now, the conditions may not be achievable as time progresses on. That may kind of ineffectively just make it impossible to go through with it. But short of a time limit being on there, I'm not aware of anything that would make it cease to being there in going forward.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. Just one follow-up question, and this may not be on the expertise of anybody here, except maybe Mr. Kirkendall, since he's dealing with the liquor license also. What conditions in getting the liquor license? I mean, with this SUP, I mean, this is pretty specific. What kind of issues come up with that? And I'm asking this because you're doing it, and the statement is it's unlikely anybody else is going to do it. Just how difficult is it to get a liquor license for a live work area with an SUP?
Well, I know I can't even begin getting it until this meeting gets completed, because the draft is sitting somewhere in the Planning Commission now to sign the use of space. So it's not easy, but from my perspective, my understanding is that provided I have the space and the legal storage and the places to safely serve and handle the clients, that it is totally feasible within the space based on the talks I've had with ABC to this point. So I have one document that I have to get back to even get into the actual application process and then wait for approval. So, yes.
Yeah. I've only seen these, once or twice, but included in your application, you have to submit a floor plan with all the space and all the legal permissions to actually operate where you're operating. Is that correct?
Yes, I've already submitted one to the Kansas Department of Agriculture that indicates the service area, which indicated the need for the hand sink, which required me to plumb a new sink. And then I had to submit a similar floor plan delineating the spaces where liquor will be served, where customers will be, and where it will be stored, indicating all of the facilities required for that. And so my assumption is that that will be the area that's evaluated when I'm checked by ABC for compliance.
Jim Carpenter, Planning. I guess my whole point with this is even if SUP is still alive for the time period, getting all that through with a new liquor license, because a new owner would have to get a new liquor license on
Right.
top of everything else, it is highly unlikely that it's going to transfer to a new owner within a 10-year time period. So yeah, I'm not seeing many problems here. I would encourage, join a neighborhood association, go to the meetings, and that would solve a lot of issues right there.
It's in the works. I will be.
Yeah, I think it's like $1 or something. So it's nothing. All right, thanks.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks for that, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Willie, did you have, I think you raised your hand when Commissioner Carpenter was about to start.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I have a question from Mary. We've agreed that this is not really a bar lounge and it's not really a restaurant bar. At what point do we hit the threshold where we need to create a new use for something that hasn't existed before? And that might give, that alone might give the neighborhood some reassurance that it won't become something much other than this. So something like a wine academy where education is a part of that mix. Is it worth it for this? Because I think that might be something the neighborhood could take some reassurance in.
Mary Miller, planner. It would require a text amendment to the development code and a definition of a educational alcohol. I don't know what we would call it. I mean, it could be done. I think maybe it depends on if we had more applications like this. The development code allows the planning director to determine if we have a use that doesn't really fit the categories, he finds what is it most similar to. And I think that's what we did here. But I think if we had another one come in and became a trend in the city, that it might be a good idea to develop some specific use category for it.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Does that satisfy you, Commissioner Willie?
And Willie, Planning Commissioner. It sounds like something that would take a long time.
Yes. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I mean, other commissioners may have things to say. I don't know, but it feels like we've really plowed a lot of ground here. But I see Commissioner Carter's hand up. Yes, sir.
Thank you, David Carter, Planning Commissioner. It's actually in the service of where I think you're going, and that is, we've got two items here. We've been talking principally about the special use permit, but we've got this rezoning item in front of us as well. And I just wanted to ask staff or other commissioners, are there issues we ought to be discussing prior to a motion that we can, so that we don't end up stumbling over them during discussion after a motion and a second have been made? Commissioner Heston, sorry.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter.
I'll keep it short. I don't know how we ended up with two different zoning categories for the same building, but I'm not going to ask that question. I'm just saying that I think that we should make, if it's the same building, we should get it all in the same zoning category. And the request here is to change it in one direction. So I would be in favor of just changing it the way the request is here tonight. So we have one category that covers this building. And if the request was the opposite direction, we'd probably be doing that. But this is our request tonight. Let's bring at least one building into conformance with itself.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Well said, Commissioner Carpenter. Is anybody comfortable making a motion on the first one to revise the conditions in that district? I mean, that's technically what we'd be doing.
To revise the conditions.
Yeah, in the what is it? The UC. Because we'd be rezoning to revise the conditions.
Oh, yeah.
My bad. Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Commissioner. Sorry, before making the motion, I'd just like to say, going into this, I was really a little confused and skeptical about what this application was about, but I do have to concur with Mr. Watkins that Mr. Kirkendall's presentation was, I think the word he used was enchanting. I thought it was very convincing and clear, and I really appreciated the specificity because, as was kind of alluded, our society has a pretty unhealthy relationship with alcohol, and that this is aiming to provide a kind of a context within which people can enjoy alcohol in a way that is really culturally informed and enhances the experience, I think is really, really interesting, and not just looks like an interesting business opportunity, but socially, redeeming as well. And so I would like to make a motion to recommend that the Planning Commission forward this request to rezone approximately 0.37 acres at 801 Pennsylvania Street from CSUC Commercial Strip with 8th and Pennsylvania Urban Conservation Overlay District to CSUC Commercial Strip with 8th and Pennsylvania Urban Conservation Overlay District with revised conditions to the City Commission with recommendation for approval based on the findings presented in the staff report.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carter, for your comments and the motions. We have a motion to approve the rezoning and forward it to the City Commission with a recommendation of approval. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carpenter, seconded by hand motion. Any other comments before we vote? I'm not seeing any. Jeff, could you call the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Is there any commissioner that wants to make a motion as to the special use permit? Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I hope I can get all the conditions right. I move to approve special use permit SUP 21-266 for the development of a bar or lounge use as part of a live work unit at 801 Pennsylvania Street, including striking the condition, gosh, I don't have those in front of me, to meet with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association once a year. What else did we change?
Term.
10 years.
Right. And adding a condition that the SUP be reevaluated or expire every 10 years.
And then extending the hours to Wednesday and Thursday as well.
That's right.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Oh, Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning, just a point of clarification. The wording for extend or expire, or is the motion that it expires at 10 years without a reevaluation, or I'm a little unclear because it's a little ambiguous. Is there a different wording possibly?
Yeah, we can say that the SUP will expire 10 years after the date of the City Commission's approval, and to continue the use, you'll need to apply for a new SUP. So it'll be clear what the process is. We'll make sure we spell that out.
Commissioner Willie, Are you open to friendly amendment to Mary's language then?
Very much so.
Then I'll second.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie, for your motion to approve with the conditions as revised by your statement and Mary's clarification, and Commissioner Carpenter for your second. Any comments or thoughts before we vote? Seeing none, Jeff, could you read the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes?
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you to the applicant and good luck. So we still have a text amendment to consider, our last item. I just want to sort of take the pulse of the group here. Is everyone doing okay, or does anybody want a quick comfort break, maybe 5 minutes? Does anybody really feel strongly about it? Why don't we just do it? Can we just take a 5-minute break? I know we only have one item, but then people aren't too uncomfortable for that last item. 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, room is ready when you are.
Thank you, Jeff. Luke Sinclair, Chair. As people come back, let's get to our 8th and final item. It's to consider approving a text amendment, TA 21-00211, to the City of Lawrence Land Development Code to allow greater flexibility for expansions of non-conforming uses. And for our staff tonight, we have Kyle Kobe to present.
Hello, Kyle Kobe with Planning. The final item before you tonight, as was just outlined, is a text amendment pertaining to non-conforming use expansions. Non-conforming uses are uses which were legally established at the time they came into existence, but are no longer allowed under the current regulations. I'm sorry. For example, if the previous zoning district permitted a duplex use, but the current code does not, that would be considered a legal non-conforming use. A registration process exists for documenting situations where non-conforming use exists. In order for a non-conforming use to expand, it would first need to be registered as such. This is an applicant-initiated text amendment. The applicant's the owner of the bottleneck, which is a legal non-conforming use. The code does not currently permit the type of expansion he would like to request, which is an expansion of up to 100% of the current floor area for both front of house and back of house components of the use. Back of house pertains to elements such as storage spaces, bathrooms, and other incidental components of the use, while front of house pertains more directly to the use itself, such as customer service area. There's two primary reasons why a request of this nature would not be possible at this time. The first reason is that expansions are not allowed unless expansion takes place in a building or structure that was lawfully and manifestly designed or arranged for the use, and that the expansion must be necessary and incidental to the existing non-conforming use. The necessary and incidental part is the key point here, as that is generally what would be considered one of those back of house elements. The second reason is that the code currently caps non-conforming use expansions in non-residential districts at 25% of the floor area of the original use. Before getting into the specifics of the proposed changes, I want to pause briefly to just clarify that while this application was initiated by the applicant with a specific location and use in mind, these changes would apply broadly to any and all non-conforming uses in the City of Lawrence. Put another way, you're not reviewing an application for a specific non-conforming use expansion tonight, but rather the regulations that pertain to non-conforming use expansions in general. If approved, the revised code language would allow for the applicant to submit a special use permit application for the proposed expansion of his use, and a more specific review of that request, use, and the contextual factors would take place through that application. So moving on to the proposed changes to section 20-1502. As outlined in your staff report, several changes to this section of code are being recommended. Broadly speaking, the intent of these changes is to streamline and clarify the standards and process requirements for non-conforming use expansions. Frankly, this section of code as currently comprised can be difficult to interpret and apply in terms of formatting, terminology, and process requirements. I'm going to go through some highlights, but if there's anything I don't cover in my presentation, of course, feel free to ask any questions afterwards. I'll be happy to answer. One of the main differences between the existing and proposed code has to do with the formatting of this section. The first section pertains to situations in which a non-conforming expansion would not be allowed. This includes the requirement that any non-conforming use expansion would be required to meet all applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. And this would include things such as setbacks, landscaping, and other similar provisions throughout the code. Another change is the addition of an administrative review process for certain non-conforming use expansion requests. These would be facilitated through a standard or major site plan application, both of which would include a notice to nearby property owners. Applications processed through this track would need to meet all the applicable standards of this subsection. By that, I mean it would need to pass the test that it is incidental or accessory to the existing use and that occupancy would not be increased, as well as being at or under the floor area thresholds that are indicated. These requirements are intended to establish a fairly high bar for applications, which would not require a public hearing process. With the proposed changes to this section, any non-conforming use expansion request which does not meet the criteria required for a site plan application process would be required to submit a special use permit application. Currently, all permitted non-conforming expansion requests are facilitated through a special use permit application, though the current regulations include a cap on the amount of expansion which would be allowed. The revised language would remove the floor area cap and essentially require that all requests which were allowed and which do not qualify for site plan application would be able to request an expansion through special use permit, which would require public notice and would need to go through Planning Commission and City Commission. Another proposed change is the removal of the Board of Zoning Appeals process. The reason for this is that the current language is confusing and difficult to interpret and apply. Furthermore, it seems to make the most sense to have one track or path for a particular type of application, rather than in some cases it would go through one body and in other cases it would go through a different one. Other changes were made to terminology and phrasing to clarify standards. An example of this is revising the phrase necessary and incidental to incidental or accessory to more closely align the terms with their intended purpose. Just as a final note, perhaps this is a reiteration of concepts that I've already discussed. One of the broad overarching ideas behind the proposed changes is to streamline process guidance for non-conforming use expansions. And what I mean by this is that the intent is to reconfigure this section of the code to more specifically pertain to process requirements and allow for each non-conforming use expansion to be reviewed individually based on the specifics of each case. That is the end of my presentation. I believe the applicant is still here with us tonight. Yes, he is. I see the video coming back on right now. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. And I'll turn it back over.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. And Mr. Logan, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Hi there. Well, I can be is maybe give context for my reason for reaching out to planning staff, and it sounds like that I may be more of a catalyst for some general cleanup in this regard. But planning staff was great about explaining what my limitations were in a non-conforming property. And, my want, and if anyone's not familiar with my business, that I own the property at 737 New Hampshire. The bottleneck is the business. It's been in operation for 36 years. Our job to do is try to attract as many regional, national, and international acts to our area as we possibly can. Certainly, COVID was a difficult for our industry. We were closed from March 13th of 2020 until July 2nd of 2021. And our industry, I think the general feeling it's going to take around 3 to 5 years to get back to where we thought we were. And we certainly have used our time well in understanding that we need to have opportunities for new revenue centers. And so what I'm looking for outside of back of house space is general space for retail, amusement, possible VR, and general space. I think in any hospitality business, you're going to see tables spread apart further. You're going to see folks looking for more general space before or after performance. And so that's my specific use or want, and that's why I approach planning staff. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions around that to my business specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We may very well have questions for you. Are there any other members of the public on the call or in the chambers there that want to say anything about this item?
Kyle Kobe with planning. There's nobody in the room to speak on this. I don't see any hands going up. I'm not sure there's, no hands going up on Zoom.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then let's bring it back to the commission. Any commissioners have any questions or comments to get us started? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. First, Mr. Logan, thank you so much for sticking with us this late into the night. It's hard on us. It's got to be even more painful to just listen as an observer. I also really appreciate when somebody brings forward an issue that and tries to make it better for everybody else that is also dealing with it or may deal with it in the future. So if this is an opportunity to clean up something that's been a problem, I'm all for it. So Kyle's recommendation that this be cleaned up goes a long way with me, especially at this hour.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody else?
Mr.
Logan,
if I'm allowed to make a comment. One thing that, especially in the C3 zoning area, so in that downtown area, that if any non-conforming use does, if this were to move forward and they were to apply for a special use permit, a lot of times expansion is going to happen to the east or west or up in most likely into a building that is not up to current city code. And I think that the thing to note here is that if I want to go to the north or south, I have to make sure that my expansion is up to current code, but also that would trigger bringing, whoever that non-conforming use is into bringing their space up to code. So it's from a safety standpoint and things of that nature, I think it has some benefits. Certainly my lens is really on the downtown district.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any commissioners have anything else you want to talk about? If no one has any concerns or anything of that nature, I keep getting unstable internet notification. I'm sorry if I'm garbled, but I think we could probably entertain a motion if no one has anything. Commissioner Ashworth. I think you're muted.
I'm usually pretty good at this. It's late. So if nobody has anything to say, I will go ahead and make the motion. So I move the Planning Commission approve text amendment TA 21-00211 to the City of Lawrence Land Development Code to allow greater flexibility for expansions of non-conforming uses and forward to the Lawrence City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We have a motion to approve the text amendment and to forward it on with a recommendation. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carter. Thank you for that. Any other comments before we vote? Seeing none, Jeff, can you read the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Logan, for hanging on. That concludes the our regular agenda section, but we do have, I think, a couple upcoming calendar events to discuss under miscellaneous new or old business, which may have already been referenced earlier in the committee reports. But is it those and any other items, Jeff, that we need to talk about? And where would we find that?
I don't know how I found it.
Just Google.
It was just looking around,
Okay.
starting with Johnson County Planning and then going to the homepage, and suddenly it was there. So
Okay.
I don't even know if I could find it again. It was very difficult to find. But I can give you the email without you having to go to it. Just give me 1 second here. if you want to speak, send an email to planner, PLANNER, @jocogov.org. And they want to know your name and address and that you want to speak. So, but if you don't want to speak, at the Johnson County Planning Commission page, there's already a Zoom link. And you just go there and click on that to observe next Tuesday.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair, thanks for that, Commissioner Carpenter. Anybody else have anything to add? No? Do we have a motion to adjourn then? Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. A motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? Commissioner Ashworth, thank you. Seconded. Jeff, can you call the roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
That's great. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night.